The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Come on in, come on in. Shalom, shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Come on in.
With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord
held the water still.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
Come on.
The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the
Shalom, shalom.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, the Most High is gathering Israel. I'm Elder Ricashiar of the Gathered of Christ Church, here with our weekly podcast. It's really a broadcast going worldwide throughout the four corners of the earth, proclaiming truth. That's right, folks, proclaiming the long-awaited truth. Okay, hit that like button. I know I'm jumping in a little earlier, but there's so much to unpack in this particular broadcast leading up to the Hebrew and Bible Academy, so I couldn't wait. I'm sitting here with everything all set up, right? Everything all set up over here, right? I just got my brand new SSL set up for the upcoming productions over there where my studio is. Let me turn it around so you can see it. Turn it around so you all can see it. You gather us. Whoa. Let me turn it around so you all can see it real quick. If this will allow me. Hold on. 1 second. Turn it around right here so you can see it. Right. New SSL, right? Yes. Yeah. So thank you for all your help with what we're doing here. Boy, we got a brand new setup. Got my SSL set up over there. Brand new production going into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. None of this would be possible without you, brothers and sisters, okay? The more you help, the more we're able to get better systems, to be able to compete on the level of everyone else out there when it comes to professionalism in order to get to some of our people, okay? So first and foremost, I would like to say a humble thank you to all those who have always supported the Hebrew and Bible Academy, the church, tithes, offerings. There's nothing that we've ever stated in this church, okay? There's nothing that we've ever stated that we didn't accomplish, okay? Anything I tell you we're going to do, it's done, okay? It's done, right? We came in overseas and we got a place to gather the church. And you know what? The church belongs to the people, right? We're not saying come and send us something and we're going to build a school and all this other crap people be doing. Everything that we've ever said we were going to do, we delivered. Because what? The church belongs to the people. Okay? And again, none of this would be possible if you didn't contribute. So thanks. Folks, I'm chopping at the bit for this academy coming. Okay? I'm chopping at the bit, folks. Boy, do we have some serious information to divulge to you all. I'm going to tell you this right now. Man, if you get an opportunity, as soon as possible, go over to historytimes.org. Okay? Go over to historytimes.org to enroll in this academy, folks. And I'm talking about for those who have actually been in the academy before. You haven't seen anything. I guarantee it. We're up in this 100-fold with peer research, professional articles, I'm going to tell you, university articles that I apply to with our church. And I'll be able to give you access to the same PDFs that I've gotten from Oxford, Cambridge, University of Pennsylvania. That's right, folks, because the church I've enrolled into it, I'm able to share the materials with those who are in the academy now. We can do a round of applause with that, okay? historytimes.org. Let me put it on the screen. Let me put it on the screen for you. Okay? I'm about to tell you what we're going to be talking about. Bear with me. Let me tell you, folks, and thank you to all my loyal academites, a little nickname I've given some of the loyalists. historytimes.org. You want to be in this academy, folks, week 1. Okay? Week 1. Now, of course, we can do what we can, but if you were in the last academy and you enroll in this academy, even though we have brand new lessons for you, okay? If you're in the last academy, what we'll do as a gift to you is give you 10% off. You enroll, say you want the 10% discount, we'll make sure you get the 10% discount if you were in the last academy. Okay, let me put that out there. All right. What will we talk about? What will we talk about? Okay. Oh, yeah, before I say that, the new calendar. Hold up now. The new calendar is coming. Wait till I tell you what it's about. Oh, the theme. But anyway, let's get back to the academy. Okay. This academy, we're going to bring in some brand new information, right? We're going to go into a full in-depth historical, archaeological, and biblical lesson on the identity of Ruth. There have been a lot of conspiracies out there claiming that Ruth, one of the mothers who brought forth Christ through the genealogy. There's been a lot of conspiracies out there that was claiming that Ruth was a Moabite. Folks, that's a lie. Christ is 100% Judite on both sides, mother and father, and we can prove it. Ruth was not a Moabite, and I'm going to prove it. One thing about us, when you come into our lessons, we give you the PDFs, we give you the literature, the research, and to a point where there's really no refuting at the end of the day. They lie, okay? Just because the Bible said that she was a Moabitish woman, right? It doesn't mean that she was a Moabite woman. So what does it mean, Moabitish? Right? Like, when you get the ish, a suffix on the back of something, it's kind of like something, but not exactly that, correct? Not exactly that. So what it means, Moabitish. We got a lot of issues out there, right? Kind of like something, right? Well, it was more so talking about her geography based on the landmass she was living on, opposed to her ethnicity. And I'm going to prove that. And that dovetails into what I'm going to talk about today, okay, in this lesson, right? So we're going to talk about the identity of Ruth. I've been waiting to put together a lesson like this, right? There was a thing that Farrakhan got a lot of pushback with when he came with a book highlighting and actually citing a lot of Jewish sources when it came to Jewish people in relation to slavery in America, right? The secret relationship between blacks and Jews was Farrakhan's, or not Farrakhan's in of himself, because, I'm not going to disrespect his research team, but there was a whole book that was put together through Farrakhan's team, the secret relationship between Jewish people and black people, right? So I didn't want to deal with it from that angle, right? Just going into history or whatever the case is. I wanted to really deal with it geopolitically up into our time, because to some degree, there have been this, I would say, love-hate relationship, right? When it comes to entertainment, business, it seems like one was dependent on the other and vice versa on either side. It seems like under certain circumstances, blacks and Jews were able to work together for certain causes, culturally or whatever the case might be. Like there's this relationship there, but no one really quantified it historically according to the Bible. So you know what? We did it. We have done it. We have a lesson called The Jewish Relationship with the Tribe of Judah. And it's an honest assessment. It isn't anything that someone could deem hating people, whatever the case might be, or on either side. But there's definitely a relationship there, right? A tangible relationship that can be actually what? Quantified, where you can see this throughout history, even, during the time our people came off the slave ships and all that. But there was two separate relationships going on, right? And some could say on one side, good, the relationship, and on the other side, there's some evil, good and evil. So who have quantified it? Well, we quantified it, and we're going to use Christ, right, as what you would call antithesis, or what you would call the barometer, a better word, to show you that relationship even going back to Christ's time. You don't want to miss this lesson, the Jewish relationship with the tribe of Judah. First time ever taught in our academy. And we're going to also go into some facets of Judaism. You don't want to miss that. Another thing we're going into, another lesson, 70 angels and their connection to the secrets of the times. The 70 angels. We're going into the 70 weeks of Daniel. We're going into the 70 angels and their connection with the secrets of the times, how the spiritual realm is operating simultaneously with this physical realm. Okay. And keep in mind, folks, just on another note, nothing is happening in this earth that the Most High isn't allowing. And that's including the bad stuff we see. The bad stuff is for those who cleave to sin. You need a place for them to seal their own fate. See? So those who cleave to sin, the Most High have allowed operators to utilize these people as agents. So that's allowed too, right? You need a space for those who choose evil. So this is where I'm going to go into the secrets of the times, how the angels operate, the 70 weeks and all that to show you. There's angels who are actually in the earth warning people who are choosing sin every day to say, well, listen, you chose bad, but if you come on this side, we'll deliver you. Okay. So, man, I'm putting out too much right now. I have so much to talk about. Get into the lesson. The 70 angels and their connection with the secrets of the times. And we're going to also drop the 70 weeks of Daniel. There's an angel over each week, and I'm going to break that down, of Jubilees. The full breakdown of the 24 elders written of in the book of Revelation. Who are they? And don't forget, folks, heaven is on its way here. So that whole realm is coming here. With those same elders. Who are they? And when I break down the elders, I'm going to also go into why did the Most High choose certain men and women in the last days to come to the knowledge of the truth? Why? What was in particular people that the Most High noticed and said, you know what? I'm going to use this person. Why were you chosen? Even though we were all unworthy. I'm going to go into the 24 elders and show what made them worthy. It wasn't that they were perfect altogether, but there was something in them, a passion. A passion. Why? All people, folks, don't have the fortitude to finish things. Some people pick up something and say, you know what? It was a hobby or whatever the case is. And they'll get bored and they'll go off and do something else. Right? But there's a certain level of perseverance in the chosen that the Most High see. Finishers. The difference between those who just exist, I'm going to tell you, there's a difference. Someone who take on a burden or a mission and to carry it all the way until the end, like Christ did. There's only a certain finite number of people in the earth who were born with that. Okay? And this is not downplaying anyone or trying to claim that that someone is less than others. But there's something that Christ and the Most High and the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, see in a person. It's not whether or not you have the talent or you can understand or you can break something down. Do you have the mindset to carry out an idea unassumed? Where it's just an idea and you're able to carry it all the way out until it's seen before men. This is why the Most High chose David over the rest of his brothers. He wasn't the strongest. He wasn't the sharpest. He wasn't the eldest. But with that occupation, folks, as a shepherd, it really cultivated that spirit in David when it came to what? Being meticulous, understanding the full scope of protecting something that his family needed, which were sheep. It was their clothing, it was their food, it was their fertilizer. Dead sheep means what? That's right, no clothing. And he was so on these sheep, they were like friends to him, folks. And I'm going to tell you, there's a gift the Most High can point out that gift in a person who can accomplish an unassumed idea. I'm going to be talking about that. Hit the like button. And we're going to have marriage roundtable discussion with special guests. You don't want to miss that. We're still trying to get some guests. I don't want no arguments on this set, so I'm going to try to be as balanced as I can, because you're going to have some fiery men and women on the panel outside of the church so that we can come to just a consensus, with a balanced conversation, and you don't want to miss the roundtable discussion. It's going to be good. Walking with the commandments of Christ will be another lesson. And also, brothers and sisters, I'm working on this as we speak. We're going to try to get either an imam or a representative of Islam to come on for a healthy discourse, right? With the lesson. That's right. The truth about Islam. We're going to try to find an imam. I'm already working on it, or someone who's well versed in the Quran to come on to our broadcast and have a healthy discourse with the history, the Bible, and all of this. And this will be the points for discussion. The bullet points. Is Islam the religion for black people? And if so, why? We're going to put it out there. Now, we know they're going to say it's a religion for everyone, but I'm going to say, well, okay, let's talk about black people. Is that the religion for black people, or whom you deem are black people? Because we're going to lay the whole gambit out. Do you know that these black people are the children of Israel? And I have had Arabs in Egypt tell me that they knew that blacks in America are the children of Israel. Did you know that? And if so, was the religion we had, or the beliefs we had in the Bible first, above the religion we founded later after getting conquered by Arabs who are Ishmaelites? Whose prophet is better? Who is the greatest prophet? Is Christ the greatest prophet, or your Muhammad? Okay. And if so, you open up your Quran. I got a Quran right back here with me, and the Bible, and we're going to find out which prophet is above all prophets today with your book and my book. You don't want to miss this, folks. A healthy discourse on Islam. Man, there's going to be some smoke on that one. Anyway. Oh, yeah, it's going to be some fire coming off the screen on that one. It's been a long time since we had one of those. So get in the academy. Yeah, it's going to be something else. And the theme in the academy, especially during the news, will have what? Preparation. It'll be all about preparation. While we're breaking scriptures down and all that, we'll make sure we give you the tip of the week to make sure there's things you can do, folks, in preparation for your home. It doesn't matter if you got a small building. It doesn't matter if you living in an efficiency. It doesn't matter if right now you don't have a big place to stay. There's always something you can have in preparation for when the lights go out, because the lights will go out. Probably not in a year or two, but it will happen. Okay, so again, go to historytimes.org and enroll. We have the administration on standby. Hebrew, Elder Lawyer got a brand new way of attacking the Hebrew, brand new, since so many people, are used to some of the older lessons. It's time to kick it up a notch. It's coming, this coming academy. News like none other on earth. And of course, the lesson. You open up your PDFs, your class, your links and all that. And here it is. We go. And plus, we're going to have pop quizzes for the first time in the academy through Zoom. Go to historytimes.org. All right. Get ready, folks. This academy going to have a lot of smoke in it. Smoke, smoke, smoke. Okay, we're over 1,000 right now. Good smoke, though. Good smoke. No bad smoke. We're going to be respectful. It's a family broadcast. All respectful now. All right. Now, what else must I tackle here before jumping in? Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, this year's scriptural theme that we'll have is Matthew 25:13. Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man will return. That's going to be our theme all year. Preparing for what? The coming of our Savior, right? We would like to encourage our brothers and sisters out there to be focused on getting your households in order. That's spiritual in everything. If you know there's someone in your home operating contrary to God, keep in mind it's blocking the blessings in that house. We're not saying to immediately just try to evict someone in your home or all that, but you're going to have to come to a decision. If you have sin festering in your home, it's blocking your blessings. And you're going to have to make a decision. And this lesson, hopefully this lesson can help you do that as I go into what we're talking about tonight. You have to make some decisions. You will see the emphasis in our teachings throughout this whole year, which is focusing on cleaning ourselves up in preparation for the Lord's coming. The upcoming holy days. We will be observing Purim next month on February 13th, sundown to 14th sundown. That's the day we give gifts to one another, okay? Not Christmas. So if you feel left out, February the 13th, February the 14th, if your children were saying, well, mommy, daddy, you're leaving me out. Well, guess what? You don't have to erect a tree. But this year, we're going to have at our headquarters, what? We're going to have at the church the gifts their parents can give their children. So if you want to participate in giving, you can do it on a day that's celebrated in Hebrew history, where the Most High saved us in Persia, Iran, right? When we were captives there, by the hands of, by the righteous guidance and protection of our sister Esther, right? And the prophet Mordecai. They were censoring, which were numbering our people. Esau was, with a conspiracy to actually get rid of our people. So the census was to know how many people were there so that they can cook up new political ways of getting rid of us slowly. And the Most High had, Hammond the Agagite's head on a spike for it. So, and then we began to give gifts to one another. So that was the day to give gifts. Purim. Well, that day, brothers and sisters, February 13th, sundown is the time we give gifts to one another. So if your children feel left out, you can actually give them the history of our foreparents on why we should give gifts. Not Saturnalia, not so-called Christmas, but Purim. February the 13th and 14th, we celebrate by feasting and reading the scriptures and the history of the event that led to our people, the Israelites, being saved from our enemies in the book of Esther, the 7th chapter. Okay. The Hebrew New Year will begin March the 2nd, sundown. 2024, which is also bringing in of spring. Passover, we're also excited about that, brothers and sisters, this year. Passover, it will be in North Carolina. North Kakalaki, the home of my mama. She was born in North Carolina. May the Lord bless her soul. Which will be on March 15th. March 15th and March 16th will be the 2 days of celebration. If you are baptized and an active member of this church, Gathering of Christ Church, and you plan to attend the Passover, please let your local congregation know as soon as possible, because we're already, I believe, over 4,000 right now and counting. So we don't want to leave anyone out. That 4,000 is really the Midwest, East Coast, right, area, not counting the numbers we have for the West Coast, which is California, Phoenix, and other areas like that. And plus, the UK is going to be big for the Passover at the same time. Canada, Africa, different. I mean, this may be one of the, this is going to be one of the most, I would say, sought after, I would say, gone to event of Passover since the beginning of this church. So if you're interested, get with us. Send an email, gatheringas1@aol.com. Get with a congregation so that you can be a part of the Passover. Okay. And last but not least, let me jump right in. The new GOCC calendar 2024, featuring a new theme: Our King's Return. Right? So when we speak of the awakening of the children of Israel, Judah in America, rising up in the understanding of who we are as a people. This is why they're pushing all these other things, feminists and these letters and all this and all these others, because they're trying to drown out the fact that the Most High has awakened the lion, Judah, the man. But really, this awakening, folks, have the elite quaking in their boots, because when they see Judah in the awakening, they know it's only a matter of time before the prince comes, the king comes to stand. Hold on. They go, lawyer. Okay, lawyer, I see you. It won't be too long before the king comes to stand as king and general over the takedown. So this is why you see in certain cities they trying to push black women and letter people and all these others. They're trying to drown out the fact that Judah has awakened. Right? We know these people that they put in position don't have true power. They're trying to drown out the fact that the king will soon return. And that's what happens throughout history. A sign happens within the earth when it comes to the men. Right? So I'm going to tell you, folks, the theme for the calendar, folks, and it's going to be a sharp calendar too. And, we're going to be dressed. It's going to be real nice. Right? Featuring our King's return. It's being finalized and will be open for pre-orders this coming Monday. Okay. This coming Monday, we'll be taking pre-orders at gatheringofchrist.org. You'll see the calendar's theme. You'll see it first page. You click on that and you'll be able to get your pre-orders. And one thing about our calendars is you'll never throw them away, okay? Because we made them specifically with high generation photos so that after the year is done, you can actually frame these and use it for themes in your home, bathroom, kitchen, whatever the case is. You can put it in, the kids' room. We made high grade photos so that, you don't got to throw it away. You can frame each month the theme and use it in your home for pictures. Great art. That's right, folks. Go to gatheringofchrist.org this Monday to actually get your pre-orders for your calendars, okay? And guess what? Also, the time breakdown is right there, first page. 364 days, 52 Sabbaths, as the Most High proclaimed since the beginning. He have put the whole earth on notice, and also he have placed the Israelites back on time with that calendar. Go to historytimes.org, okay? Now, hit the like button. Let's jump right in. And yes, a new academy begins this Monday, folks. So go to historytimes.org to enroll. All right, where are we? All right, let's get in Elder Lawyer now. 1 second. Let's get in Elder Lawyer. And again, the administration, folks, is on standby, working around the clock. So do us a favor. Please don't try to get in last moment or last minute Saturday and Sunday night. If you know you're going to be in this, enroll as soon as possible, okay? All right, let me call Elder Lawyer. Shalom, Elder Lawyer. How are you?
Shalom, sir. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm blessed by the best. You sound good today. And we're going to jump right in, Elder Lawyer, actually, since you're here. Shalom, Elder Lawyer is in the house. All right, Elder Lawyer, we're going to jump right in, right? I've already did all the announcements, and I'll probably do one more announcement before the lesson is done. But our broadcast today, Elder Lawyer, listen to the title. The Unspoken Conspiracy. The Unspoken Conspiracy against the children of Israel. There's an unspoken conspiracy. Everyone can see it. Right? And in a nutshell, I wrote out my points here. Right? That there's an, I would say, concerted effort to paint our people immoral before the world. And no one wants to talk about it. What media and what the world is allowed to do when it comes to attacking us publicly, right, isn't allowed against any other people or race on earth. And the question is why? Now, this is deeper than politics, Elder Lawyer. Right? There's also a religious campaign aimed against the same people, our people. A religious campaign where all religions deem it outright, what words can I use? From a religious aspect, they teach that we are second-class citizens and aren't apologetic about it at all. A matter of fact, Christian churches outright will claim that black people, our people, right? And don't forget, when I say black people, I'm not just talking about so-called black Americans. I'm talking about, don't forget, the Puerto Ricans were Balikwa Taino. That they started through their religious exegesis or theology, Lawyer, they started naming our people after the negative characters within the Bible and teaching that within the theology amongst mainstream mainstream religions, such as Christians started with this new, I would say, trope is the word they use today, that blacks are from the seed of Ham. Now, on the surface, it seems innocent. But were they really smearing us publicly by teaching our children and their people that black people are from the cursed seed of Ham? It's no different than what they're doing with the media. When you look at some of the things throughout history, Ham did. Right? When you look at some of the sexual perversions and idolatry that's connected to Ham, it's no different than them pushing the letter people and everything, degrading on our people publicly and geopolitically. And they're working on either spectrum, be it political or religious, which gives other nations what? The justifiable moral high ground to treat us as dirt. And it's time that we call it out and also come with a solution of what we're going to do about it. That's where I'm at this point. Because not only, listen, it took me about 3 hours to get this whole thing together. Not only are we going to point it out, because Elder Lawyer, most people thought that the theology of black people being from the cursed seed of Ham came out of Christianity. Mm-hmm. But it didn't. That whole ideology came from the Talmud. Mm-hmm. And we're going to talk about that today. Later, the Roman Catholic Satanic Church picked it up and they began to teach that ideology to slaves. And for those who don't know what we mean by this, and we're going to talk about it today, the unspoken conspiracy. Not only are we going to highlight when they're dealing with what? Derogatory, evil rhetoric aimed towards us, folks. And it's done in a way to the point where they can hit and hide their hands and claim, well, this is what some philosophers have claimed. This is what some other, theologians have said. But really, what they're not telling people is the damning optics and propaganda, if I can use that word. The damning optics and propaganda that comes with claiming that black people are from the cursed seed of Ham. It really runs congruent into everything they're doing politically against us today. And it justifies their actions against us. So if we don't straighten this out from the theological side, folks, from the religious side first, there's no fixing it in the secular world. Because we have to make a clear delineation. Why? Because this is why, Elder Lawyer, so many people are walking away from the Bible. They're claiming that, look at the Bible. The Bible says that we're the worst. The Bible justifies slavery and all these other things, which is a bold-faced lie. Everything they're saying is running our people away from the only book that can save us.
Right.
So it's time to now talk about this. Hit the like button, folks. We're about what? Thank you. Y'all doing a great job, but we are about 500 likes short. So if you may, brothers and sisters, if you just come in, hit the like button. Now, Elder Lawyer, when it's told through these certain religious sects like Christianity and others, where when our people begin to have questions concerning our true origin, it seems that they don't give us anything, other than slave ships. When we look into our history, it's black people from Africa who came over on boats, right? And then when we say, well, okay, what happened to these particular people was of biblical proportion. You can't claim that this was just some regular old servitude. This was something different, the transatlantic slave trade. That must be marked somewhere in the Bible, right? So they knew we would have questions concerning how, out of all people, our people were treated as such. So they came with a theological answer. And what was that answer? If these blacks come to you and ask you, why were they enslaved? You tell them, according to the Bible, that they are from the cursed seed of Ham. That's it. Right?
Right.
Now that's dangerous. And I'm going to show you how dangerous that is. Folks, you notice how the dominant society who's in power stand up at every turn in an attempt to refute that they're actually from the seed of Edom. Why don't they just embrace it as Gentiles? Think about that, because they know what comes with that historically. They understand that Esau in the Old Testament was the bad guy, and that the only way that they can actually have any opportunity is to change under Christ. So politically, they understand what it means before the world if they're called Esau. Well, why not embrace being Esau as a Gentile? Why? You know why? Because they understand the power of propaganda. They can't be viewed as anything outside of the hero. It's a chink in their armor if they are able to receive that they're less than what they've been portraying. That's why they push back. But you notice there haven't been an overall pushback on our side concerning the church calling us Ham, when the Bible never said we were from Ham. Elder Lloyd, let's get that scripture real quick.
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. Now, this is what they'll tell us, right? If we go to our pastors and say, well, listen, I need to know who I am. According to God, I know there's no black people named from the sons of Noah. There's no such thing as black people. All people were people of color before Esau came into the earth. So I don't want to hear about this color thing. Who am I? What's my bloodline? And immediately they'll say, well, if you twist our arms and you really want to know, well, we were taught that you're from the cursed seed of Ham, which justify you serving us and serving all races of people. That's what they'll tell us, right? Elder Lawyer, let's get chapter and verse real quick.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 9, verse 20.
Hold on, let me grab it so that they can see it with us. Let's read it. Hold on. Let's get it. Chapter and verse.
Yes, sir. Genesis 9 and 20.
Genesis 9. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Now, this is where they'll take you to, your pastors, right? Now, mind you, let me emphasize this, folks. This is erroneous doctrine. But they know our people don't know the Bible and the genealogies within the Bible, right? So they'll just tell us anything, right? Let's go to Genesis real quick, Elder Lawyer. Let me grab it here, right? Genesis, hold on. All right, here you are. All right, Elder Lawyer, Genesis 9, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Genesis 9:20. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard, and he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without.
Read.
And Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness.
And they saw not their father's nakedness. So what's going on here, brothers and sisters? What's going on here is that Noah, he fell out. He was inebriated after going through so much trauma and seeing the whole world destroyed. No soon as he got some grapes, he made some wine and got trashed. Okay, he's like, listen, I need some relief here. Mm-hmm. Ham mocked him. You're not supposed to look on your father's nakedness. Japheth and Shem seen him out there saying, look at dad. He's wasted. And they had an argument with Ham saying, you don't supposed to do this to dad. They put the sheet on their shoulder and walked backward. Japheth and Shem, and covered Noah. Saying, you're not supposed to do this. Right? You're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to look on your father's nakedness. And that goes into what? Some of the perversion that's connected to some of Ham's sons. You see how they try to connect us to that way back then? And you see what they're doing in the media now when they talk about certain perversions or actions which are sexually immoral. You notice they put one of our people as a representative of it. So they can justify, in this way, they justify calling us Ham. See? They justify it. And you know why it's allowed? Because there's not a resounding, unified voice of our representation on this earth. No other nation will be allowed outright to be utilized like this without pushback. Right? Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 24. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan. A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he blessed.
A servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And Canaan shall be his servant. So when our people go to pastors to ask, where can we be found? Our people who serve slavery, why are we treated like second-class citizens? This is where your pastors go. And immediately, usually in the past, it would satisfy. It gave us the justification for why it made us, we were justified with, okay, now I can accept my low state under all people. It's understandable. I was meant to serve everybody. And this is what they were teaching for hundreds of years in our churches. Right? When folks, this isn't talking about us. Because Ham had 4 sons. Okay? We're not from either of those 4 sons. And they are predominantly North African, Egyptian, the original Ethiopians, which also links directly into Cushites, Nimrod, who would be modern day East Indians. East Indians, folks, are Hamites. Not all of them. The southern parts of the southern parts and the southwestern parts of East India, is a lot of our people there. But the majority of East Indians, when you see them real dark with the black, long, stringy hair, looking like Egyptians, folks, they're Hamites. Haile Selassie was a Hamite. Okay, those were those people. Then you had the Philistines, which, believe it or not, the Philistines were the governing body of what we would call the Palestinians today. They were the governors and all that. And they mixed themselves amongst the modern day Palestinians. None of these people have anything to do with us, but yet they teach this in your church. The Egyptians aren't us, even though they have enslaved us in the past. We're not from either son of Ham, but yet this have become what? The religious propaganda pushed on our people. So to justify treating us as servants without any hopes of anything outside of that. Now, so this is what they'll do, Elder Lawyer. I wanted to go there first. So, Elder Lawyer, this is what they'll do. They know that there is no hope, right? In particular, being from the seeds of Ham when it comes to rulership, power, or whatever the case might be. You cannot look forward to being anything but less than perverts and servants and idolaters. That's all you can look forward to, unless you accept our people as your white Christ, and we'll graft you in. So you can appreciate that we're extending an olive branch for you as a Gentile to only escape the stench that comes with you being from Ham. You see the game? So now we are indebted to those who've enslaved us in appreciation for them receiving us as the Jews or Christians when we were nothing more than lowly servants with no hope. And now we'll embrace them as the people through that propaganda. Huh? Now, Elder Lawyer, real quick, I'm going to show you how dangerous that rhetoric is, right? Mm-hmm. Now, let me show them something real quick. I sent you, Elder Lawyer, a PDF in preparation for the academy, right? From the University of Pennsylvania. You seen that, right? But you don't have to get it. I'm going to show them a little piece of it.
Okay, gotcha.
You don't got to show that. I sent it to you a while back, right? But I'm going to pull it up. This paperwork, I'm on page 26. No. This paperwork comes directly out of, right? Hold on. Come right out of the University of Pennsylvania. Right? Let me show you something here. University of Pennsylvania, right? Let's get it here. Let me show you. And I'm going to show you the rabbi who began that rhetoric, right? Right? Let me get here. Right? Hold on. Make sure I got everything lined up here. Now, getting the academy, folks, I'll be able to share this peer research for you. This comes directly from the University of Pennsylvania research of between Jewish people and black people, and historically, what set the table on how we'll be able to relate to one another in our current time, right? Now, in this particular, let me get it. other lawyer. In this particular research I've done, right? It talks about Ham. Right? Now look what it says here. It says here, it says right here, there's so much here. Let me just get this amount. It says here, per QD Rabbi Eleazar says that God blessed Ham with dark skin. Right? Now, this is a rabbi. This has nothing to do with Christianity. This is what? This is directly from Jewish sources. Right? Now, who is per QD Rabbi Eleazar? One might ask. Well, when you go here, it tells you who he is. Right? He's well known for Talmudic or Jewish literature. Right? What was he known for? What was he known for? All right. It says, per the Rabbi Eleazar, a Jewish, Babylonian, Aramaic, right? Rabbi, Jewish, a European Jewish man. Abbreviated Padri is what? It says an Agadic Midrashic work on the Torah containing exegesis and doing what? Look at this, folks. Retellings of biblical stories. So what did this guy do? He retold the stories for our current exegesis or theology within Christianity and or Judaism. So this guy retold the stories. And what did he state? He stated that God blessed Ham with dark skin. Now that would make you believe, well, that's a good thing. Well, folks, everyone had melanin in their skin except Esau. Okay, that's not a come up. That's not nothing to say, oh yeah, man, we blessed with black. All people were people of color outside of Esau. So we'll see this and embrace it as something good, not realizing it's part of really demonizing us to have us embrace someone we're not, people we aren't, right? Now check this out. There's more. Let me get here.
If I could mention very quickly before you go forward, in that same exact record, it actually states, as you were mentioning.
Hold on, let me pull you up, Elder Lawyer. Let me pull you up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
Yeah, and like you were mentioning, all nations at one point were dark. In that same record, it mentions that the sons of Shem were also blessed with dark skin in that same exact record.
In the same exact record, Shem was blessed with dark skin. What page you on, Elder Lawyer, for that?
All right, I can pull it up very quickly and send it to you.
Okay, don't worry about it. I can find it here. One second. Well, believe it or not, we're going to be teaching from this in the academy anyway, so I'll keep it for there. But yeah, what they're emphasizing here, brothers and sisters, is that what? Ham, in particular, is the family black people came out of, right? And then they go on to claim that, okay, it's all right for black people to be from Canaan, right? Right? Now check out what it says of Ham, right? Some of the things I can show out of the literature, Elder Lawyer. It would also be helpful to know that the source for the statement that later Midrashim understood Ham's or Canaanite punishment as injury to his sex organs. Folks, mutilation and all these things that's being justified and aimed towards certain scenarios. They believe it or not, religiously, this is what Hamites do. See? So now they're playing out in real time in the secular world what they've always believed within their religions. Right? Let me show you something now. One other thing. I can't put it all out because there's so many things we must unfold tonight. Right? So many things we must unfold. Right? But let me get one thing out here.
Yes, sir. I sent it to you, by the way, in your Skype.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me get this, Elder Lawyer. One second. University of Pennsylvania. So you'll know the source that I'm getting this from, folks. So this is not my personal opinion. Let me show you real quick. University of Pennsylvania Press. The image of Black in Jewish culture. So they've always been talking about us amongst their universities. And I'm talking about their prestigious universities. Cambridge, I have those records. Oxford, Yale. Okay. Even the University of Pennsylvania. They've always been keeping tabs on whether or not our people are waking up to the fact that we're actually the children of Israel. And then they're saying, well, listen, here are the rabbis who named them Ham to justify these false teachings amongst the Christian church. Right? Now, let me show you this. Right? Now, it says right here. Now, this is University of Pennsylvania Press, Elder Lawyer. Let me pull you up because you have to be in here for this. I mean, I'm going to really use this as one of my key points in the academy when it comes to our relationships, as far as exegesis goes, and it says, listen, it says, the curse of Ham, see David Goldenberg, the curse of Ham, a case of rabbinic racism and struggles in the promised land. And it says what? It says, from the rabbis. As it is well known, the old Hamitic myth was used by Jews down through the ages and was adopted by Euro-American interpreters of the Bible to justify enslavement and later segregation of Negroes. Don't tell me we don't have the research here. University of Pennsylvania, folks, that it was a myth they would teach in our church. And it was used by those within Judaism first and was adopted by the Euro-American interpreters of the Bible to justify the enslavement and later segregation of the Negroes. And folks, they were able to use this trope of calling us Hamites to justify treating us as 3/5 of a man in the American Constitution. They were able to use Ham should be a servant of servants to justify to the Christian right that we can be, that they can do whatever they want and be justified to us because we're less than people. Huh? And if y'all think that's something, folks, hey, y'all need to be in that academy. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's more, Elder Lawyer. There is more. And you know what's deep? I just signed up to get some of this literature because sometimes you have to pay, to get further layers. They'll say you have a subscription and then they'll say, well, in order for you to get this, you got to pay that. I'm like, you know what? I'll just pay it all out for the year and get everything I need. Right. So, Elder Lawyer, here's the danger in this. If behind closed doors they could justify claiming that we are a people who were really at odds with God throughout the Old Testament, and they teach this amongst their political elite circles, be it amongst the other races of people, religiously they think they have the right to treat us like nothing without recourse. So and I'm going to tell you, if we don't get in front of this and make a clear delineation, and I'm going to talk about how we can do this tonight. So they tell you that it's a myth. But you notice, Elder, they never got on CNN. They never got on mainstream media and said, you know what? This was a myth created by this rabbi to justify treating our people as subhuman. Because many respected churches began to pick it up, where pastors now are taught in theologian schools that we're from the cursed seed of Ham. If you were going to go into slavery and the reasons theologically of why our people, black people, have served other nations, why they didn't go to Deuteronomy 28? If you were going to use the Bible, why not use Deuteronomy 28? Because it's counterintuitive to what they were trying to do politically. Because if they went into Deuteronomy 28 to show the curses of slave ships, then questions would arise. Well, if these people who are serving you are Israelites, then who are you? Who are y'all people? Let's have a dialogue then. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, let's go into the danger. Let's go into the danger of allowing other people to frame who we are. Right? And I think to some degree, Malcolm X was on to something. He was like, listen, I don't know who I am, but I'm going to be X until I find out. I know I'm not who you people claim I am. Right? So I'm not going to take on these terms of Negroes and others when there's something greater with our people hidden by your people. Why are you teaching in our churches that black people who are suffering in the ghettos, how and why are you teaching that they are from the cursed seed of Ham? And you know that's a lie. What is your intentions? Because when I go into the cursed seed of Ham, there's nothing I see good back there. So why would you choose them out of all the families you could have chosen to claim our black people are, who black people are? Huh? I'm going to show you why. And I'm going to show you why they will never allow us to frame publicly who they are without resistance. And it's time for us to take these same stances, because this is not just secular here. They had to smear us religiously first. They had to, boy, I'm chopping at the bits with this. Oh, I am. The conspiracy against the children of Israel. Elder Lawyer, give me one moment. I'll be right back, folks. Sign up historytimes.org. I'll be right back, and we're jumping in to the bullet points. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Week 1 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy this coming Sunday. Be there. Enroll. Go to historytimes.org. Now, Elder Lawyer, jumping right in. Elder Lawyer. As soon as Elder Lawyer come back, he can jump right in. I guess he went the same time I did. So in the meantime, folks, let's pull up something here. Now, oh, yeah, thank you, Elder Lawyer. You're back. That's great. All right. So, Elder Lawyer, what do I have in front of us right here? I have a lot of bullet points. So first, we're dealing with the unspoken conspiracy against the children of Israel. We are the children of Israel, okay? There's an unspoken conspiracy, right? Now, what I'm going here is when you go into the Holocaust Encyclopedia, right? The Holocaust Encyclopedia, right? And this is information coming directly from the Holocaust Museum here in Philadelphia. A monument. I mean, this thing is just, it's an amazing building when you see outside how they went down there near Old City and built this museum. It's out of this world. They spared no expenses for this, all right? Now, some could argue or, debate whether or not something like that should more so be over in Germany to remind these people, the Germans, not to do this again. But I digress. The Holocaust Encyclopedia. And what they did here is they talked about the dangers of Nazi propaganda. Now, I'm going to slow walk this. Why? Because you have people out there who are allowed to propagate negative stereotypes connected with us, right? Be it through media today, or if you look under religions, they'll say we from the cursed seeds of Ham, which is negative propaganda. Because people treat you according to these optics. And if we embrace ourselves as the people of Ham, then that's actually signaling to others of how they should treat us. Right? So if we embrace a negative stereotype, then you can't complain when they treat you like the cursed seed of Ham. You wonder why everybody treating you like dirt when they have put the stigma on our people that God put us on this earth to serve other people and stay perverted. Hence the reason why they'll always, through the media, find some people in our neighborhoods or in our community who's able to take on those stereotypes to be portrayed as negative around the world.
Right.
That's your media side. Your media is looking at people amongst who can justify them calling us ham, and they'll promote that on their machines. So no wonder why you're being treated like second-class citizens, because you didn't do the research on how they religiously think of you, being that our people have taken on and embraced through Christianity being Gentiles from the seed of Ham. So religiously, the other nations can treat you like whatever and not what? And not have a negative conscience against it. So here it is. Why am I going here? It tells us here on the Nazi propaganda, the Nazis effectively used propaganda to win the support of millions of Germans in a democracy and later in dictatorship, to facilitate persecution, look at it, war, and ultimately genocide. The stereotypes and images found in Nazi propaganda were not new, but were already familiar to their intended audiences. So what is this saying here? If media, Elder Lawyer, is allowed to portray one group of people negatively, it justifies what? The solution to genocide these same people. So it's important. So it's important that what? It's important that we stand in front of how others propagate or promote us before the world. Understand this. So let's go through a few. Real quick, Elder Lawyer. So they say they're going to get in front of this propaganda. What was one of the propagandas? Communicating the Nazi message. Nazi anti-Jewish propaganda. Following the Nazi seizure of power in 1933, Hitler established a Reich of ministry, enlightenment, and propaganda, headed by Joseph Goebbels. Okay. And then there's still some research out there, but yes, there is research that Joseph Goebbels was actually have Jewish in his bloodline. But I digress. We don't have a dog in that fight. The ministry's aim was to ensure that the Nazi message was successfully communicated through what? Through what? Look at this, folks. And this is so important for our people right now. That Joseph Goebbels, the ministry aim was to ensure that the Nazi message was successfully communicated through art, music, theater, films, books, radio, educational materials, and press. Why is that so important? Because what they're saying here is this guy right here, Joseph Goebbels, used propaganda to portray Jewish people in a negative light using entertainment as well as mainstream media and theater that justified the Germans seeing the Jewish people in Europe as a lesser people. The propaganda was in place so that now if you go against these people, there'll be no political protection to save them. Any action negative against these people would be justified. See? And this is why today, as far as Jewish people, they get in front of anything negative that's out there against them immediately. because they have the history of how negative can lead to a people being utterly destroyed. So if it works for them to get in front of this, Elder Lawyer, why no one is getting in front of them, finding the base people in our society and portraying them as what? The image of our people throughout the earth with no pushback, knowing the end game if it's allowed. I need y'all to think about this because I'm going somewhere with this. So they know that you cannot allow a group to be portrayed negative without genocide. Without genocide being the solution at the very end. Right? So let's go through a few of them here. So they even know this. So why is it allowed politically? Right? Let's go. Let's find some more. The role in the film. Here's a poster for the anti-Semitic film Der Ewig Jude, portraying them negatively. Right? Now you notice there's a dark connotation behind, a sinister connotation behind this particular portrayal that was in Germany. Similar to how when some of our people get arrested, the media would actually put a dark tint behind the perpetrator to make them look more sinister or what? More criminal than if you just put out a natural picture. Right? So they say, listen, they was portraying us negatively. Right? And it led to what? It led to no protection when they came after us. Right? So they talk about this all through the Holocaust Encyclopedia about the danger of negative press or propaganda. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, I need you to check this out now. Why is this so dangerous? Well, I'm going to show you what they were doing, Elder Lawyer, and the audience there. The same time that the propaganda over in Europe was going on, this is how they were portraying us in media within the United States. Right? Look at this. Right? You can plainly see how miserable I am. Now, they know the danger of propaganda, folks. But the media in the United States at the same time was running this as propaganda for us. Knowing that at the end of the day, if you portray a people, now we've had highly sought after intellectuals within our society throughout every generation that have changed the world. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking about high intellectuals. I'm talking about since the so-called founding of the United States, men like Benjamin Banneker, who designed all of Washington, D.C. Okay. Some of the most intelligent inventors. And this is what they were portraying over in America, as if there was some Nazi propaganda up against us as Israelites in America. Don't you know portraying us this way would lead to some level of what? Genocide? Right? Look. And we're going to go into these slave ships and all these things in a moment, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. We're going to the slave ships in a moment. This is what we wanted to see, Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer, I need you to go to Deuteronomy 28, where it says that in Deuteronomy 28 that they should put a yoke of iron around us, around our necks. A yoke. I need you to get that.
Yes, sir.
Right? Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Right? Let's get it. Deuteronomy 28 and 48. So first of all, religiously, they put the label of Ham on us. Negative propaganda to justify treating us less than. When they knew it was a myth, and that's in their own, that's right, peer research within what? The University of Pennsylvania. That it came not from a Christian theological vantage point altogether, more so than a rabbi under Judaism started touting this, only to be picked up by Euro-Americans as a theological point to be taught in black churches so that whites can be justified treating us like the cursed sons of Ham and daughters of Ham. Right? When really they should have been in Deuteronomy 28 when our people came to their pastors and asked, who are we? They should have went to Deuteronomy 28 and said, well, listen, you're really from the lost tribes of Israel, and that you're serving a temporal curse. See, that servitude in Ham is perpetual. But this is why they didn't go to Deuteronomy 28, because this slavery in Deuteronomy 28, or this servitude, is temporal. Okay? It's us what? It's a correction for disobeying the morality that was given through Moses. But eventually our people would repent and come back to the law from whence we're fallen. Let's get Deuteronomy 28, Elder Lawyer, and 48. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things.
And in want of all things, come on.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. So for disobeying God's law, this is a curse on Israelites. This have nothing to do with Ham. And what is it? I'm going to check this out, Elder Lawyer. What is it? The yoke of iron is what they put around our necks in servitude. The children of Israel, the same people who were enslaved in Egypt, from the sons and daughters of Shem. Now, Elder Lawyer is speaking of this yoke, right? I need y'all to look at this, right? Slavery, yoke. And look, Esclava Anastasia, a female slave in Brazil. Folks, there's more Judites in Brazil than America. I don't know if y'all knew this. There's a mixture between Asher, the tribes of Asher, and Judites in Brazil. But look at this sister. Right? Yoke of iron, daughter of Zion. Daughters of Zion. Y'all see that? Y'all see that, right? Now I want to show y'all something else. Through psychology, they have taught our people to embrace the curse. What is this? What is this, some might ask? finding freedom in black BDSM. Right? Adding to the trope of the curse of Ham now. Black kink is about pleasure first and foremost, but it's also bound up with freedom and empowerment.
Wow.
So now what they're doing, the Bible says they which put a yoke upon us, and now they have, through psychology, have our people embrace this as a kink, which was none other than a curse of Deuteronomy 28. You see how they use psychology to have us embrace servitude? Now, how were they able to do this? Well, I'm going to go there in a moment. I will go there in a moment, folks. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my brother Tony, he called me the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
He called me yesterday, and the day before yesterday. And he says that there were people giving out food and all that for the holidays right off of Allegheny Avenue in Philadelphia, right? Mm-hmm. And he said that this guy invited him to a church. And he said, you know what, since the guy seemed cool, he says, they had some food there. My little brother said, I'll go by. Maybe I can share some things with them. Who knows? He said when he got into this Episcopal church in Philadelphia, he says, man, it was something out of a Rick James funkadelic show. If Rick James and the Funkadelic had babies, that's what was running all through the Episcopal church there. Right? Right? And he said, well, I'm in the wrong spot. Right? I mean, it was, he thought, he's like, he was just waiting for the theme music, from the Village People to pop out. He waited for a disco ball to fall down. And he says that one of the guys said, I need you to meet my pastor. Right? And when you go into the pastor, all the way down here, the Episcopal Church, it was her. It was her. The Reverend Canon Tona Smith. Looking to be more engaged, this committee envisions a world in which people of all genders and sexual orientations feel fully welcome into supported by the church, and cultivating Christian faith and robust spiritual life. Folks, this was their plan. This is what they were seeking to cycle out Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and others with. I'm going to tell you why. Because others, no matter what your persuasion, would not have a lane to operate in. Okay? They couldn't have a lane. There was no lane in churches unless they could flip it and have the leader of the church contrary to the church in position. Because now they can point to, y'all can't say we're wrong. The pastor of the church isn't supposed to be there. So how can you say something about my lifestyle when what she's doing is contrary to God? And if she's allowed to do that, I'm allowed to do this. And of course, my brother, he said, there was a puff of smoke once he realized it was about to be a purple haze up in there, and got up out of there. She came down the pulpit, right? I'm going to show you where I'm going. Who's financing these people? Right? Look. The Episcopal Diocese of Pennsylvania. And folks, let me drop this for you. All of the financial benefits that our people died for are coming through these nonprofit programs in our society and our neighborhoods. And that's why she was there and they were there in the neighborhoods giving out food and inviting people to church. The church has been officially destroyed. Okay, it's over. Now, why am I going here in demonization and a conspiracy against us? Why? Look at this. The whole 9 yards, all this money being pumped into these religious. Look at this. It's over. Now, what's wrong? Let me tell you folks how wrong this is. If we told her that she need to step down and have a man in position to protect our people, you think she would? And this is what they do. The enemy, when they can no longer destroy us one way, they choose people in our neighborhoods and give them a pat on the head and says, I'll embrace you if you're willing to hold the reins and authority for Satan against your people. And guess what? Some people may think, oh, she's good. She's doing good. They're giving out turkeys or whatever. Elder Lawyer, let's get 1 Corinthians 14. Let's see what Paul said about this first. And then there's more I wanted to show. 1 Corinthians, right? Let's get it. Hit the like button. Y'all doing good. We're thick up in here. We're over 2,100. We're about 700 short. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Let's get 1 Corinthians real quick. Let me show y'all something, folks.
Yes, sir.
Let's get 14, right? And let's read, Elder Lawyer, the 33rd verse.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 14 and 33. For God is not the author of confusion.
Read it again.
For God is not the author.
Hold on. Read it again.
God is.
Hold on, Elder Lawyer. Read it again.
For God is not the author of confusion.
The God of the Bible isn't the author of confusion. Read.
But of peace, as in all churches of the saints.
All the churches of the saints. So if there's some confusion going on, the Most High through the Bible is letting you know it isn't God behind this confusion. It's Satan. So you want to know why things are turned upside down? Folks, here's the hidden point that's behind all of these movements. It's right here. Let me read it. Read the 34th verse.
Yes, sir. Verse 34. Let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law.
Look at this. Let your woman keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. So what would the enemy do? the enemy would cause confusion, divide and conquer, put money on one side of the community to destroy the whole community. And guess what? Some people might say, well, she's nice. She's doing good. But what's wrong with this? Here's what's wrong with this, brothers and sisters. This woman knows the Bible. And she knows what she's doing in authority is wrong. She knows it's confusing. See? And if she can justify herself in a man's position, a bishopric. Don't forget, folks, every pastor in a bishopric is in position over the church on earth as Christ is over the church. It's a male position as if Christ was standing before the congregation. So if she can justify in her mind to operate outside of gender when it comes to her pastoral position, then she can justify everything else she's allowing in the church. Confusion. See? Because she cannot tell anyone in the church what's right or wrong according to the law in pointing out sin. You know why she can't? Because she's not supposed to be in this position. See? So who's incentivizing her to be the authority, knowing that it destroys the community? Right? Now, I need y'all to see this. Because they'll put her face up. But eventually what they're going to do once all the money start trickling through, they'll elbow her out of the way and say, we just needed you as a front. Right? So that we can bring our people up in here and get that cash. Okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to use you as a front piece against your own people and finance Lady Love. Right? With knowing that your people are going to pay the price for breaking God's law because you know better. Right? Right? Now, where am I going with this? Because you have some people financing this against our community. Right? Using the church as if this have anything to do with Christ. This has nothing to do with God. Right? Now, where am I going next? Right? Where am I going next? Here's the propaganda. They have demonized us religiously, publicly through their media, and when it comes to positions of authority, they have handpicked those who oppose God to become the authority over our community altogether. So where does that leave the future of our people? Like I said, I'm going to break it all the way down with a solution tonight. Right? Where does that lead? So here we go. Right? Yoke of iron. That's what they're promoting now. Sadistic behavior, which was really a curse. Justifying it through the group using our people, folks, as the spiritual catalyst for it all. Knowing where negative propaganda leaves us in comparison to what happened to so-called Jewish people in Europe. Right? Now, this is where we're going, Elder Lawyer. It says, I suffer not a woman to teach, but be in silence, right? But then look how they are portraying our men. Now, that's the woman, right? Right? Now, check this out, folks. Hold on, I think I missed it here. Hold on, I think I lost it. I must have gotten rid of it. Hold on, let me get it here. 1 second. Right here. Hold on, let me get it. Oh, here it is. PBS. The same time they were dealing with negative propaganda. Now you see how they got a woman in a man's position, not just a man's position, an authoritative position that was established by Christ, putting who? Peter on the throne of righteousness with the doctrine to lead us, only to replace that male position with a woman. Folks, that's transgenderism. That's confusion. Right? So now they could no longer lie, Elder Lawyer, concerning who we are. Like I said many weeks before, many months, that they're going to throw everything at the wall now that we know, to stop men, the Judite man, from gaining the authority that's ours to stand into. Right? So what must we do? I'm going to show you in a moment. Now, the same time, Elder Lawyer, that they were talking about propaganda, the negative stereotypes that led to the Holocaust, this is how they were allowing us to be promoted throughout the United States. The man. Now, they had to wait until Little Richard died. They had to wait for him to die in order to retitle him, because he claimed that he repented from his sinful ways before dying. You can find that online, that he led a life of sin and that he's regretful of that sin. Right? And that he renounced the sin against God's law. And he did this before he died, only for them to portray him as Little Richard, the king and queen of rock and roll on PBS. Fair use.
He took white America by storm, broke down barriers,
to be a black artist and go to the top of the pop charts,
and changed music forever.
If you look at music and where rock came from, he is right in there.
See why there is only one.
That I am the king of rock and roll!
Little Richard on American Masters.
Again, I need y'all to check this out, because they said he took white America by storm. I need you to look at these drugged out hippies. And what is this guy doing?
He took white America by storm, broke down barriers,
to be a black artist and go to the top of the pop charts,
and changed music forever.
If you look at music and where rock came from, he is right in there.
See why there is only one.
That I am the king of rock and roll!
Little Richard on American Masters.
The king and queen of rock and roll. Now, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
So now we have to ask, what is this fascination? What is this campaign? This perpetual campaign to present our women out of order. And on top of that, our men as effeminate.
Right.
We have to ask our question. Why those who have the power of influence from the religious side and or the political side, why are they hell bent on this? And what is their end game? Portraying us this way. And who's behind it? And then what must we do? Right? Who's behind the conspiracy? But before I go there, Elder Lawyer, let me say this. I need you to go to 1 Corinthians 6, Elder Lawyer. Because now we have to come with solution. Because you know what, folks? They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop until we're in a position so weak of a position that there's nothing we'll be able to do to stop them from utterly erasing the majority of our people. Because you have to understand, if you put the weakest of a people in authoritative positions, then whatever the government brings down to destroy those same people, it's without resistance. That means whatever political thing they roll down for our people, that person in the church and or in a political position are going to be bulldogs for the government against us. Whatever they roll down because they got that little pat on the head and getting recognized, they're going to separate themselves from their people and say, yes, massa, whatever you want us to legislate, whatever you want us to preach, we'll do if just for you acknowledging me. Right? Now, I'm going to show something, Elder Lawyer, before I go. How many people out there? See, let me tell you. Before I open up the lines and all that, folks, why do you think, folks, it's open game and open season on TD Jakes right now? And let me tell you, and I'm going to show you the hypocrisy and how you know that this is a campaign to destroy our people. If TD Jakes was a lesbian woman in position over a church, she would be celebrated right now. Right? She would be celebrated. Now, I've been hearing a lot of things concerning TD Jakes' indiscretions for about, before he moved the church. Before his church became the big Potter house, we were hearing little indiscretions in the hood about some of what his negative proclivities might be. Now, do I have any proof of that? No, but of course, we know what goes on in the Christian church and all that, you know. But why now? Are they going to bring out what the power structure probably already knew concerning some of TD Jakes' indiscretions? Why now? You know why now? So there's no male resistance when they come to destroy people wholesale. Let me break this down, folks. I don't know what TD Jakes is doing. That's between him and the Most High. And if he's doing wrong, guess what? He will see the judge. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about, I know he broke code. I know he broke code. He broke code in 2020 when he came behind that. That's right, folks. When he proclaimed on stage with that great New World platform that, yeah, the blacks are Israelites. Do y'all remember that? Or y'all don't remember that? When he says, well, because really they can't argue it no more. He sat down, he was sitting down with another person there and it says, yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, blacks are Israelites. He broke code. Who remember that? He broke code. So now, and let me tell you, the enemies, when it comes to demonization and all that, they're patient. This is what, folks, y'all didn't know. In 2019, TD Jakes and others were amongst the black billionaire and millionaire private meeting, where they were talking about utilizing their money outside of the mainstream people to fund the neighborhoods they came out of. He was there. P. Diddy was there. Jay-Z was there. There was many people there. But when the word got around about this meeting, some didn't want any pushback. So it was Puff who ended up letting the cat out of the bag so that he wasn't implicated or can be claimed that he's doing something behind the paymaster's back. Everybody that was at that meeting is a target, because the money that they were given was never supposed to be used to come back into the communities to help our people. You put Oprah, Puff Daddy, 50 Cent, TD Jakes, you put all these people together, our community, and their finances, nonprofit organizations. They can create a nonprofit organizations. They could redo the whole community with new schools, new churches, new everything overnight. He went off code. He started saying that our people are from Israel. The other thing he did, this happened last year. White conservatives, racist trolls, unleash insults after Beto O'Rourke visits TD Jakes' Potter House Church. He was swinging conservative against the liberal platform he was put over that led to inclusion in others. He was swinging towards the other side, conservative, in an attempt to save family, because our people traditionally are conservative. And when he wasn't touting the left Barack Obama rhetoric that led to the destruction you see in our communities, it was only a matter of time. They could care less about his sexual persuasions. Okay? As long as he's operating politically for what they need to keep our people in the darkness. Right? A lot of you didn't know this. See, folks, I'll be looking into this and I'm like, hold up. Why are they burning their gatekeepers now? You think they don't know what these guys do behind closed doors or whatever the case might be? Why are they burning them? Because the truth can no longer be hid. And in order for these people to keep their congregations, they're going to have to break ranks and join the right side. The men have left the churches. And if T.D. Jakes leave and others begin to move separately, there is no church left that they can usually influence through a liberal stance to push negative satanic policy in our communities. And what people are behind this. So what must we do now? Elder Lawyer, get 1 Corinthians 6. Right?
Yes, sir.
Let's get it. And then we're going to go into some of the characters in a moment. Hold on. Let me pull up Eastward. 1 Corinthians 6, because Paul broke this down. Number one, our people were never, at any time, were we supposed to adhere to political and or religious leadership outside of the optics that led us to preeminence during the civil rights? Folks, we were never supposed to allow it, but they did it in the church first. They did it in the church first. What they needed to do was move the men out of the way, come in with women who's willing to take the position to actually push what? A woman-dominated ideology, which is no different than a lesbian ideology, to actually seep in our communities. A woman and man authority over churches. That's what they had to do first. And that opened up the floodgates. That opened up the floodgates. Because what can you say about someone operating in sin when the position you're taking in authority is sin? That's why they'll promote our women and our people and transgender and women and all that in authority to mock the position of Christ. Right? Elder Lawyer, let's go to 1 Corinthians real quick. So what must we do? Right? Let's go down to where it says, be ye separate.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hold on. Let me get it here.
Second Corinthians 6.
Yeah, 2 Corinthians. Okay, let's get it. The water, Elder.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's grab it real quick. 2 Corinthians 6. Yeah.
And 17.
And 17.
2 Corinthians 6 and 17.
Let's read it.
Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate.
Say that again.
Lord. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate.
And be ye separate. Now, how do we do that publicly without being deemed haters and or everything else? I'm going to talk about that. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate. Read.
Saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you.
And touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you. You know what that means? In a nutshell, we must publicly separate by moral lines. Right? By moral lines, we must separate. As well as on doctrinal, we have to draw a doctrinal line. It must be drawn, separating the church of Satan from the church Christ originally left here. Right? There's no way any of us can change, brothers and sisters, what's going on. What it's telling us in the Bible is to do what? Separate. We must put out there a clear distinction. We must delineate and say, this is our religious and moral stance. According to our beliefs, and we have the sovereign right to believe what God said from the beginning. And these are the things we disagree with and we will not support on any level. Right? And we have to make sure our homes is on board. The husband, the wife, and the children. All this stuff, live and let live. All this stuff, that people can do what they want to do. Anybody with those ideologies are a threat to the future of our people. Because I'm going to tell you why. Eventually, the satanic liberals in our society will find your child, okay, and indoctrinate them against you. I'm going to tell you, that's where we are right now. The Bible says we must become separate. We must point out what's wrong and do everything we can. We must rally together from a moral standpoint. We must decide amongst us what's right and what's wrong morally and stand on it. Okay? And be willing to protect that with our life's blood. Because the more we allow, the more emboldened they have become to actually eradicate, destroy us. We must stand morally. That's our only chance. And we must point out everything, the whole conspiracy of these people against us, because they have aligned us with immorality. I'm going to tell you, intentionally, knowing the end game. Now, keep in mind, folks, I already went into the fact that the Philadelphia Holocaust Museum points out the detriment, the evil of negative press and propaganda. When you see them promoting negative debauchery out there on their machines when it comes to people in our communities, we must no longer can we turn a blind eye. We have to negative bomb everything out there and point out, that's right. We must point out the gatekeepers as well as the corporations and the people who are behind the corporations, who's intentionally promoting us negatively through media. We have to be separate, have a moral line, and then begin to not turn a blind eye. But if you see something negative out there in rap, entertainment, anything that's contrary to God's law, we must stand together, no longer silent, and carpet bomb it to the point where they have to what? they have to pay attention to it. Okay, when I say carpet bombing, I'm talking about with negative results, with letters, with everything we have to actually point out that there's a people out there who are intentionally promoting our people who believe in God in a negative light. In a negative light. And no longer will we as a people be allowed to be connected to a people based on their sexual proclivities or their sexual behaviors. We have to take a stance and say, nah, we're done with that. Attach that to who you are. Okay? I believe that every church out there that's led by a woman in position, brothers and sisters should all walk away from it altogether and say, stand down before you as an individual be judged. Okay, and your judgment will be the 7th level of hell. Step down from that position. And brothers and sisters have to walk away. They have to walk away from the churches so that Satan, because these are Satan churches. So that it's clearly understood that we made a choice to walk away like Lot did from Sodom and Gomorrah. They have strategically and intentionally aligned us with the immoral people of the Bible. And they did this intentionally. And they did this so that all the other nations that are coming over can justifiably erase us. Last thing, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Identifier, Psalms 83. Psalms 83.
Yes, sir. Psalms 83, verse number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
They that hate thee have lifted up the head. Right? Read.
They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Read.
They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation.
Let us cut them off from being a race. Read.
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
Make sure that these people remember nothing. Make sure their children don't know that they're from the lost seeds, the lost tribes of Israel, or this is finished. Folks, they set up their whole economy. They set up their whole economy on this scenario, where the only way the other nations could benefit is to keep our people on the bottom. They would all have to operate together because this is the prophecy. As Israel, the children of Israel, diminishes, we grow in riches. They must stay diminished so that we could grow. We will actually feed off of their life force. But in order to do so, they must think there's someone else. And Elder Lawyer, I had a friend of mine, a longtime friend, he helped me set this up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We had a private conversation. You know what he said?
What's that?
Yeah, he deal with filmmaking, and I'm going to bring him on very soon because he has a serious documentary that he's going into. I'm going to be talking about that in a few weeks. But this very influential person, right? This very influential person from Lebanon, and I'm going to go into it in a second, right? told him privately. Now, he was a guy that during the Black Lives Matter thing, the media was trying to paint him negatively, right? As some type of racist. And he's trying to get in front of it because he's not really racist. They took his words out of context so that he can be deemed negative. And we're going to be hearing about this in a couple of weeks. But I digress. The guy from overseas, Lebanon, I'm going to give some biblical research on that tonight. He said, he told the brother, Elder Lawyer, he told the brother, we know who you are. And he says, the whole world is watching. The whole world is watching and waiting for the black man in America to finally stand up. He was Lebanese. Let's get that manifestation, the creature. Right?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you, folks. He said, and me and him was talking privately. And I'm going to tell you, folks, everyone is watching. So what they're doing is they're backing Judah up against the wall. That's why they, believe it or not, folks, they have officially they've written the black man politically out of the future for America. So to starve the black man out, knowing that it's the seed of Judah from the man that brings forth the nation. So what they've done, they've intentionally just bet on one side to destabilize us. Throwing everything against the wall. Lesbian, gay, everything, and trying to align that with us. So to drown out the awakening that's coming specifically from the lion, from the tribes of Judah. And the dude from Lebanon said, listen, brother, let me tell you, it's in prophecy. Everyone is waiting for that black man in America. He's going to change everything. Huh? I'm going to see if I can get him on as a guest in the future. But let's get it real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Romans, chapter 8, verse number 18.
Romans 8, verse what?
18.
Let me get it for you real quick. Real quick. So folks, they are intentionally financing the base, the bottom of our community, and portraying it throughout the earth because they must demonize before they get the right to utterly genocide and or destroy us. They thought they could get the majority of us in our neighborhoods with the last thing that went down, but through the grace of the Almighty, we're still here. But the political puppets they have in place now, whatever they roll down, any resistance of power that would have happened for the next event have now been moved out of the way. All of your politicians that we have representing us, who are mayors and city council, they're going to roll out everything without resistance against us. When it comes to the religious side, they've already destroyed the church. The church still haven't recovered from shutting down during the pandemic. And now the only, I would say, resounding voice of influence and respect that was in the United States, T.D. Jakes, have been totally, folks, emasculated and destroyed publicly. The church is officially finished in America. And guess what? The lion, folks, is leaping out of its ashes. And we told y'all it was coming. Okay? I will never dance on someone's negative and all that. I'm not talking about TD Jakes. I'm talking about the fact that for years I was out in the street teaching when everyone believed that being an Israelite was something strange. Telling people that we were Israelites was like you throwing a pebble in the Atlantic hoping to cause a tidal wave. That's how much resistance we had when telling people that we are from the chosen people. But now look. And you know what happened? You know what was the resounding move that allowed this truth to come to where it is now? The brothers, without even planning, walked away from the Christian church. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Romans 8, verse 18.
Romans
For
8,
I reckon,
Romans 8, verse 18. Let's read it.
yes, sir. For I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us.
So even Paul wrote that the sufferings of this present time, what you see us presently going through, are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us. They can't hide this. No matter how much lies they put out there, trying to claim we from Ham and all that. You cannot suppress the truth forever. Right? Read.
For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God.
Look at that. For the earnest expectation of the creature, which is the Most High's creation, waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. They've been waiting for Israel to stand up and stake claim to our true purpose and promise on earth. The whole world been waiting. Right? Mm-hmm. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. This was a powerful man speaking to an old friend of mine. And he said, because I was telling him some of the travels we had over in Egypt and others, Elder Lawyer, and how the Egyptians, one of the Egyptians came and said that they know that we're Bani Yaakov, the sons of Jacob. And, you know, and then he says, man, listen, it's this Lebanese guy that I'm doing some work with on the film side. And he says, man, the whole world is waiting for the black man in America to finally stand up. And guess what he said? He says, listen, when y'all stand up, all of us are going to be behind you. Check that out. Now you see why they're funding, trying to promote as if women are actually in political authority and all that, knowing that politicians really don't have no influence. Whoever control the purses, which is the money, can control a politician. But what you can't control is the grassroots spirit that comes from the Almighty in the awakening. You can't control that. This is nothing you can plan and get in front of. This is prophecy. Right? I mean, this is epic, brothers and sisters. Epic. And I'm so humbled to be a part of this, right? You got powerful people who are looking and saying, yeah, it's been about y'all the whole time. So what is Satan is going to do? He's going to, anybody that want to pat on the head, he'll give them a position and dress them up and say, I'll give you a title if you're willing to stand in authority to stop these men from actually doing what? Gaining public status. We'd rather give it to you. Right? Now, Elder Lawyer, let's go into the characters now in Psalms 83, and we're going to break this down real quick, then open up the lines, and I have a few announcements. And of course, I'm going to test out my Zoom tonight. in preparation for the academy this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Psalms 83, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Psalms 83, verse number 4.
Yep.
They have said, "Come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance."
So let us cut them off from being a race, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. So this is why they came together and made what? A conspiracy against us, right? And again, who did this? Who was behind this? We're going to give you the characters. Here's a rabbi by the name of, he's a respected rabbi, Perkai di Rabbi Eleazar, right? Talmudic literature, right? This guy in particular came up with what? He came up with an agadic, midrashic work for the Torah containing exegesis, retelling of biblical stories. So this guy started retelling the book as if we needed his help. But in his retelling, we got this peer research directly from the University of Pennsylvania, that these rabbis, as is well known, the old Hamitic myth that means lying on black people, claiming that we are from the tribes of Ham, was used by Jews down through ages and was adopted by Euro-American interpreters, right, of the Bible to justify the enslavement and later segregation of the Negroes. They intentionally lied and claimed that we are from the tribes of Ham, knowing that it was a myth. And who was behind this? You got it, that same rabbi. And this is not my personal sayings or belief. This is from the University of Pennsylvania Press, the image of Black Jew culture from the University of Pennsylvania, not too far from where I lived at a few years ago, over a decade ago. Folks, peer research that they intentionally lied to our people in the Christian church and said what? That we were from Ham, knowing that we are Israelites. Huh? Oh yeah, we got the stuff. We got it. Linking into the prophecy where they would say, let us cut them off. Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
From being a nation.
From being a what?
From being a nation.
From being a nation. Let's create a myth and make everyone believe that they're from Hamitic people when they're actually from the lost tribes of Israel. And this have nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with a bloodline prophecy concerning our people. That what?
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
So that these people remember nothing. Lie to their pastors and tell them they're from the lost seed of Ham. T.D. Jakes came out 2 years ago and said that blacks in America are from the tribes of Israel. And it was only a matter of time. I said it back then. Guess what? He's finished. He broke code. Because the majority of the elite know we're Israel. But you're not supposed to say it publicly. And I knew it was a matter of time before they pull out anything they need to get him out of that position. Not that I was ever for him in position, but at least he was a man. At least he fulfilled that requirement. Right? So now, Elder Lawyer, now everything is coming out. Pictures of him with P. Diddy from 2019, and they've been coming out with titles. A power bottom. I'm like, what you got to do to be that? I'm like, what's going on here? They're utterly destroying him publicly. And you know who has the power of the media. And if they wanted him protected, that would be a non-story. That would be a non-story if they wanted him protected. But he broke code. He was never supposed to use his position to actually speak truth. Huh? So let's go with it. Right? The 5th verse, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 5. For they have consulted together with one consent.
They're together.
They are confederate against thee.
And they are confederate against us. So guess what? It's Esau at the helm, but he's using other people. Who are they, Elder Lawyer?
The tabernacles of Edom.
Europeans.
And the Ishmaelites.
Ishmaelites are Arabs. And I'm looking into having an imam or some representative so that we can have a discourse on Islam in the academy. You need to be there for that particular broadcast. I have some serious questions to ask. And of who?
And of the tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites, of Moab and the Hagarenes.
Of Moab and the Hagarenes. When you look at Moab and Ammon, Ammon is the Jordanites, and Moab were some of the people, the regular people living in what we call Palestine today, the Palestinians, right? Let's go to the next one.
Yes, sir. Gabal and Ammon.
Now, when it says Gabal, brothers and sisters, is Lebanon. The Lebanese. Like the man who said they're waiting for the black man in America to stand up. So they have politically aligned everything against us within our community to only slow up that prophecy, right? That's the Lebanese. Read.
And Ammon.
And Ammon, which are the Jordanians, and Amalek. Amalek is the modern day controllers that are smearing us before the world right now. Okay. Which are hidden in some levels when you look in scriptures of Idumea, or what you would call Jewry, after the conversion of Hyrcanus. When the Edomites converted into Judaism in the 2nd century BC. They have gained control since our fall. Read.
The Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre.
And when it says the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre, the Philistines were who? They were the governing bodies and judges, the governing body and judges over what we call modern day Palestine. They have all conspired together since we left to try to cover up our existence with our people being from the tribes of Israel. That land that they're fighting over right now, that's right, belonged to our bloodline forefathers. We are not from Africa. We are from Jerusalem. Africa became the wilderness we fled into after losing our land prophetically. And what do they say at the very end, Elder Lawyer? Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Verse 12.
Verse 12. Let's do it.
Who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession.
As long as we keep the name and purpose from these people, that's right, we'll possess their children. They've built the stock market of the world on this premise. On this premise is how they built the stock market of the world. To be able to trade money and finances, and all of that is predicated on this confederacy for them to conspire against our people to keep us on the bottom. And this is why whenever our people began to gain any political steam, some power, what they do, they get with the governments of the earth and began an end run of immigrants to destabilize us. They have done this throughout time. It's about keeping us as destabilized and confused as they can until they find some way politically, biologically, and otherwise to get rid of us. So I'm going to tell y'all, brothers and sisters, we must delineate and we must watch our children in these schools carefully. We got to find out if there's any indoctrination. We have to find out what they're teaching contrary to our beliefs. We got to find out everything medically and everything. We have to find out everything that we need to know in protecting our children when they leave our homes, and whether or not the child we're sending out into the world is the same child coming back. It's your responsibility to instill this knowledge in your children and to protect their minds from the indoctrination called this world. Real quick before I open up, Elder Lawyer, would you like to say anything?
No, sir. We can go straight to the calls.
Straight to the calls. Before we go there, let me just make this announcement here. Let me make an announcement. Right? Here's the announcement for those who need to know. And right now, folks, where are they? They are in demonization phase. They demonize us before they destroy us. So when you see what they're doing with mainstream media and propagating and promoting us as nothing good, this is from the ideology of Ham. Demon us, the perverted. Okay, demon us, the idolaters, the sinners against God, and promoting that before the world as if there's nothing right in our communities, something as if there's not anything right that they can actually point out in our communities to promote. They are intentionally pointing out and promoting the wrong, the evil, the destitute, the confusion within our community, which is a political initiative that would lead to all nations being justified in destroying and or replacing us. We're not waiting for the world to change. What we're asking you, brothers and sisters, to do is to hold the line and now delineate and be able to now speak up when others are promoting us negatively out there on their machine. Okay, if they can put a title on us, if we say something negative about them, we can now hold them to task to say, no, you can't do this on your media outlets. You can't do this with your record companies and promoting our people in a negative way when you know what happened to your people overseas when negative propaganda was used against you. It's time. It's time to have the conversation. And we must come together on what? On moral lines first. Hold the line morally. And the moral lines we use is the law, statutes, and commandments in the book. All right? Hold on to the lawyer. Let me get this real quick before we go. Hold on. I'm going to show y'all something. Look how they promoting us in America, right? I mean, in America, when it comes to art, when it comes to entertainment, look what they cherry pick to promote us with instead of the optics of what a Sam Cooke, right? The optics of the Supremes and the optics of when we were put together with suits and looking good and prestigious. See, you can't outright kill a people looking like that. Right? You can't come against a people looking like that because it doesn't fit the optics you need to destroy those people. So while they promoting us, look at how they're promoting Asians in America when it comes to their artistic value. And I wouldn't seen this, and this is one of the better productions on earth. Shen Yun, China before communism, right? Look how they're promoted. Graceful. Now, I'm not going to give out no spoilers, but in their story, folks, in this story, It starts off with the gods or the fallen angels coming down to this earth, teaching mankind evil. And then no, I'm not going to give it out. Y'all go see it yourselves. But you wouldn't believe what it showed during the time when the earth shut down under a bioweapon. That's all I'm going to put there. Right? Look how they're promoted through artistry. How they promote one through artistry, folks, is the proper way or the improper way, whether or not you're promoting a people positivity, or you're seeking to destroy a people. It's how you do what? It's how you promote them publicly through art. You will know the people they're seeking to destroy based on whether or not they're promoting you positively before the earth or negatively before the earth. That give you the optics of whether or not they're seeking to help or destroy a people. And I'll leave it there. 515-605-9327. Okay, yeah, I can jump right in. And before I go there, I would like to make an announcement, right? Hold on. If you will. Yes, brothers and sisters. The first week of our Hebrew and Bible Academy, the creation of the universe, starts this coming Sunday. And I want to see you all there helping support the work. And we have a lot we're going into. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. And this is what we'll be breaking down and going into. The identity of Ruth. Who was Ruth? Because there's some claims out there that Ruth in the Old Testament, who links directly to Christ's lineage, right? That she was a Moabite, that she was biracial. That's a lie, and we're going to prove it. We're going to break down the identity of Ruth the same week we break down what? Tracing the serpent seed. So we're going to go quickly into tracing the serpent seed and go directly to our war against the Moabites and things coming out of Egypt to prove that's right, Ruth was an Israelite. We're going to also go into the Jewish relationship with the tribe of Judah. A brand new lesson that have never been taught using peer research like you've seen today, and to show you that love-hate relationship that's been going on between the so-called black man who's Judah and the Jewish people, the European Jewish people throughout history, and how we could on some levels come together, you understand, when it comes to certain understanding and respect of one another, okay, for those who can receive the truth, okay? We're not here to have any bias or go against any people. We're going to put out what the Israelites were believing in and Judah and all that, and show you what's being taught in Judaism, and we're going to go throughout our relationship because, believe it or not, we've always done business with one another. Okay. Judah have always been in business one way or the other with Jewish people, right? Since even before our fall, there was a relationship. But Christ is the balance for all of that. And we're going to go all the way to Christ to our relationships that we have till this day in this particular academy. We're going to go into the connection of the 70 weeks to the secrets of the times, and we're going into the 70 angels, the full breakdown of the 24 elders in the book of Revelation. Okay? You want to be there for that. Marriage roundtable discussion with special guests. You know what? We're going to finally do another roundtable discussion. And there's a reason why everybody in the earth have left off from the original content they were teaching or going into, hair and all these others. And everyone is talking about relationships all of a sudden, be it from the man's side or the woman's side. Why? Why now? No, everyone, especially in our community, is talking about relationships. Okay. Right? So we're going to go into that. Right? Walking with the commandments in Christ. And what I'm going to go into, that's going to be a good lesson. Now, what I'm going to go into when it comes to the roundtable discussion is that the fact that you have the man and the woman, speaking of our people in particular, claiming they're waiting for the other to change. Right? So that's the rebellious spirit that's operating in the earth right now, where I'm going to be this way as long as you're that way. Well, I'm going to stand here and die with our families, between the crosshairs until you do what you need to do. Right? That rebellious spirit where one is waiting for the other. Right? And I'm going to ask a question. If there's one that had to yield for the sake of self-preservation, who should yield so that we can come together? Because one is waiting for the other. So if one had to yield, who should it be? Man, this roundtable discussion is going to be some smoke, right? But it's going to be good. 515-605-9327. Go to historytimes.org to enroll. I can't wait for this Sunday. I hope you all are a part of this. Let me call in to the line here. Let me call in here. Yep. Okay, I think we got our blog talk back. All praises. All right, let's see here. One second. All right, let's see. Hey, lawyer, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're good. So let's see. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm live. 515-605-9327. The conspiracy against our people Israelites. What say you? Are you a person out there who believe that blacks are Hamites? That'll be interesting to hear, right? So if you disagree, we'd be more than happy to entertain that conversation. All right, let me put the number up. 515-605-9327. Hold on. Let's see. Here we are. 515-605-9327. We have Cora with a comment.
Shalom, Elder. Yeah, I just want to have a comment about, you're talking about what they're doing, how they're taking money out of the black community and everything. But that started a long time ago under the guise of integration. Like they thought they were doing us a favor, letting us go to their places, but it just destroyed the black businesses. I can remember in my little small town, in my hometown where I came from, I remember we had a black grocer, and then and next door to the black grocer, there was this one man that had a little restaurant, and then also there was another place that was called the Paradise Inn, where they ran a restaurant, and they would have dances there and everything, and they sold drinks too. They had a bar there. It was a place for us to go, black people to go and have parties and everything. And, with integration, those buildings aren't there anymore. And I can remember when we moved to St. Louis that, there was little black mom and pop stores that are called bodegas in New York, but there's the little individual businesses. But then with the integration and everything, and we go and shopping at other places and the big supermarkets and the shopping malls and everything, and those places went out of business. And so the black businessman was kind of put out of business. So they started it, but we didn't realize what was going on at the time. We would thought they were doing us a favor by letting us mingle with them, but they were just taking money away from us.
Well, let me ask you, sister, because I can relate to this. I can relate to this. I was coming up in a time in Philadelphia where there was a lot of things that are black owned. Even, can you do me a favor? You have a lot of feedback in the background. Or am I playing in the background also?
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me move to a different place. That's my granddaughter. She got her stuff going while she's doing her homework. Let me move to another room. Hold on just a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead with your remark that you were saying about in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I was saying in Philadelphia, we had a lot of black-owned businesses, Israelite-owned businesses. We're Israelites, right? Be it that I remember Progress Plaza on Lehigh Avenue. I remember Reverend Lyons Church and other churches there. I remember even the clubs, Club Atmosphere and Prince Total Experience. And I remember Progress Plaza was turned over to Asians. Every place I'm talking about right now that was black owned are now owned predominantly by Asians. So my question is, what was the benefit of inclusion? I don't even know how they even sold us on this. Inclusion with what?
Well,
I mean, think about this, sister, and I'm gonna let you go. Do you think I can go over in China, go to China right now, grow a constituency, and tell them that they must include me equally with their people in business, and that the finances for Chinese people should now go to my people?
No, I don't think there's no way that could happen.
Exactly.
No way.
So I don't know how, you know what, but it really comes down to the sellouts that are amongst our people. That's what it comes down to. Because there was no reason at all. There was no reason at all for some inclusion. Inclusion and all these other things, that's really, believe it or not, that's political warfare on a race of people. That's what it is.
Right.
It's genocide.
Yes, it is.
Well,
I can remember that with the integration, and I remember how we used to go to the hotels and we'd have these banquets in the fancy hotels, and we thought, oh, this is great. This is really nice. And, it was really nice when there used to be black-owned business where you would go they'd have venues for having nice banquets and things like that. But no longer. We thought we would go, and it was nice. We could go to the Sheraton or the Hilton Hotel and go to their ballroom and have a banquet in there. And we thought, wow, we can do this now. And there went the black businesses. Mm-hmm.
Well,
so
right now,
that's where they took the money from us.
Well, right now, it's over. Because there's nothing going to happen. There's nothing in earth, politically and otherwise, that's going to happen that will allow these people who have gained a financial stronghold in our communities. You best believe that they're not going to now just pack up and leave. All right. So it's over.
Right.
Power isn't relinquished without resistance.
The only thing black that we really have is like the beauticians, because nobody else knows how to do our hair but us, and that's pretty much it. And
that's open for debate.
The black churches there, so that leaves just the black undertakers and the beauticians. That's all there is.
Yeah.
In the black neighborhoods.
Well, thank you, sister. Your points are well taken. I'm gonna place you on hold. Great, poignant points, and thank you. And I'll see you in the academy this Sunday.
Right? Yes, you will. I paid my first installment already.
Thank you. I appreciate you, sister.
Okay.
I'll see you this Sunday.
Okay. Shalom.
Shalom.
Okay.
Right? So, like Chinatown have extended itself beyond Chinatown, but I digress. The other thing here is there was a person, a brother or sister, who asked, is the book of Enoch accurate? Is the book of Enoch accurate? Okay. Now, for the person or brother and sister who have that particular question, the answer is yes, it's very accurate. But if you would like to come on through Zoom, only, and ask, the question and why you might think it isn't accurate, I'll be more than happy to answer that live here on this broadcast. So, the person who asked the question about the book of Enoch, if you're there, that's the Zoom link. Come on in, make sure your audio for your device is clicked, and I'll answer the question for you, because it's probably a question that most people will need answered. And again, it is accurate, but it's against the majority of the doctrine that you would find in modern day Christianity, because the Romans and others are seeking to hide the gods they secretly worship. Okay? So yes, the book of Enoch is 100% accurate, and I can prove it. And if you have any questions about it, my Zoom is open. I'll wait for you to click in and bring you in so that you can ask the question before the people. All right? Only the person who asked that question, okay? Only the person who asked the question, brother or sister, whether or not the Enoch is accurate, I want you to come in and ask me the question one-on-one. Only that brother or sister can click that link. All right? But yes, to answer it in a nutshell, it is. That is, the book of Enoch is accurate. The next thing, someone they say they missed a lesson in the academy when it comes to prayer. Well, if you were in the last academy, send an email and we'll make sure that link for the lesson that you missed with the PDF is sent to you. All right. And again, if you were in the last academy, we're willing to take off 10% for the academy. For those who don't know, it's only $150 for 3 months of teachings. All right. $75 for the first month, $75 for the second month, and that will cover you for the full 3 months. Okay. 515-605-9327. Still waiting for that person to come on through Zoom who had the Enoch question. But in the meantime, 206 area code.
Hello, Elder.
Hello, your name?
Kiki.
Hi, Kiki. How are you?
So I wanted to thank you for this lesson, because I had a friend, I was just talking to her the other day, and her pastor is a woman. And I said, well, women aren't supposed to be a pastor in the church. And she goes, yeah, they do. So I said, well, if you can show me this, then maybe, okay, I can understand. So she says, okay, hold on, I'm going to call you back. So she went and called her pastor. And the pastor gave her a book, a man who wrote a book of how God sees women. And in the book, he takes certain scriptures and he says so that women can be pastors. So basically, he wrote the book so that women can be pastors. And I'm like trying to tell her, but then I was just like, so now she won't talk to me anymore. And I stopped myself and I told her, I said, hey, it's okay if that's how you feel, but you can't try to make me believe that God says it's okay for a woman to be a pastor when I'm looking at it in the scriptures.
Well, that's interesting, sister,
and
because that's interesting because really I would have told the sister outright. So you went to your pastor to get some level of understanding out of the Bible to justify her being in a male's position as a pastor. Make this clear. Only to receive a book written by some man somewhere who said it's okay. So who should we believe?
Yes.
Should we believe that man, or should we believe the word of God?
We believe the word of God. And then she went and she seen it, but then she came back and was like, I see what you're talking about, and I know you're not going to believe anything I say. So I'm like, okay, well, if you see it, that means that either A, you just don't want to believe it because, hey, that's your pastor, and that's okay if that's what you choose to believe. But if I see it and you see it, and you're going to read a book that a man wrote, something's wrong with that.
Hey, sister, this is what you have to say, and I'm sure she know you're a good person, and it'll come around. Sometimes you have to really, really hit her where it needs to be. You need to tell her, listen, your pastor is out of order. See, we got to stop. We got to stop cobbling around the edges here. Your pastor is out of order, and she's one of the reasons our community is destroyed. Okay? Because she's operating out of place. And we wonder why the community is destroyed is because women are jockeying for men positions. We're being ran throughout this earth through power-hungry women who are synonymous to, believe it or not, I'm going to tell you, the door was open to be led by lesbian at the end of the day. Okay? The Bible clearly states that a woman is not to usurp authority over the man in the church. It's wrong. You can't do that. So, sister, you got to stop cobbling around the edges and come straight with it and say, your pastor's out of order. And there's a reason why there is no community left. Because you got too many women stepping up and trying to be in men positions, and too many men sitting back, silently without resistance against all of this. No.
Okay.
So just let her know, listen, your pastor's out of order. And if she don't repent,
thank you.
I don't care how well she teach from that pulpit. If she don't step down, she will burn in hell. Okay?
Thank you so much, Elder.
You're welcome. All right.
You have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you received the good news of Christ this evening. All right, hold tight.
Thanks.
414 area code. Because here's the danger of woman preachers. If you can clearly operate out of order according to the Bible, then in that church you cannot take a stance against any evil or sin. Because they can always point to you being out of order. So if there's someone operating in sin against God, sexually or whatever, what can a woman say when she's a pastor? Can you now come and say, well, that activity is really against the moral codes within the Bible, and if you don't repent from that, there's a judgment? No. Because just say hypothetically, right, that there's a clear understanding, and this is what you got to ask some of these women preachers. Well, what is your stance on gay marriage? What are your stance on gay relationships? And ask those questions. And if they go into, well, Christ is about love, you'll understand why it's dangerous for that person to be in position. And the reason why they won't correct that or even say that it's sin is because that person can now come to that pastor and say, do you know you being a pastor in a man's position is sin? Okay, so how can you judge us for our activity when you're operating like a man? In a man's position that was actually established by Christ. He made what? He made Peter the bishop over the church, a man position that you're standing in the way of now with all of these men in this community, right? All these men in the community, you're saying not one of these men are good enough. And you wonder why there's no what? There's no role models, no mentors in the community. Because you are standing in the way. Only to say men aren't stepping to the plate. Well, how can a man step to the plate when any positions of authority you're running to steal or take? How much more will that man be emboldened if you were to stand publicly before your congregation and say, I'm operating out of order, and it's time that we back our men. Starting next week, I will step down and we will promote a man as the bishop of this church, because this is what the community has needed for decades. And I'm willing to humble myself and I love my people enough to give them this. Boom. Mic drop. Right? But pride won't allow that, will it? Sister, for that pastor who's a woman, let her know that we're open for a dialogue. Her preacher to come onto one of our broadcasts to speak about women pastors and whether or not it's justified through Christ. Right? Let's see. 414 area code. 414 area code. 5 minutes before the calls are actually 5 minutes before the line cuts out, okay? 5 minutes before the line cuts out. 414 area code, you're live. And I'm still waiting for the person who came on to act, who asked the accuracy of Enoch. I would like to answer that publicly. So if you're still there, click on the link if you're there and have the question about the book of Enoch. The link is in the chat.
Hello.
Yes, you're live, 414.
Hello. Shalom.
Shalom, sister. Your name and how and what you have this evening for us.
I'm Sister Carol. Last week my laptop did crazy and I couldn't speak to you.
Okay, what you have for us, Sister Carol?
Elder? How are you, Elder? How are you doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty. I'm nice and healthy. What say you?
I say that
thanks for asking.
I have a daughter. My daughter, she's my youngest, she's 40 years old, and she has become an ordained evangelist in a Pentecostal church. And on the New Year, their New Year Eve celebration, they do shut-ins. And they stay all night in the church, the shut-in. You know about the shut-ins, Christianity, with the Christian churches. And I just pray for her because I know she's going the wrong way, but I can't do anything about it. And she knows my beliefs. And I am concerned as far as GOCC. I have been reaching out to Chicago because I was told by the deacon that I have to go to baptism class. And a few weeks ago, I was ill, and he's supposed to be reaching out to me and let me know when the class began. I hadn't heard anything. I've been trying to get baptized, seems like forever now, and I'm here in Milwaukee, and I don't have transportation, so I've been trying to reach out to someone because there was quite a few people there when I went to Chicago on the Sabbath. And I've been trying to reach out because I would like to go back again. And there was quite a few people here from Milwaukee was there. So, but no one has reached out to me, Elder. So my hands are tied. I don't know what to do.
Okay, well, don't
I've
worry
been
about
trying. I left messages.
All right, don't worry about it. I can help you with this, sister. Give me your name again.
Sister Carol.
Hold on. Chicago, right?
Yes, yes. I'm trying to get into the Chicago body because there's no church here in Milwaukee.
Okay. Well, we're going to work on something for Milwaukee, but in the meantime, I'm going to have the brother reach out to you and see if we can expedite that and get you in the congregation, okay?
Okay. Okay, and I have one question. He had mentioned to me that I have to go through baptism class. and
Well,
that has not happened. Like I said, I was ill.
well, I
And
know,
some things that happened.
sister,
So I'm not sure about that. Okay, I
sister,
know. I don't.
sister, I was able
I
to
know
receive
you got a lot of calls.
I was
Okay,
able to
so
receive.
thank you so very much.
No, listen to what I'm
thank
saying.
you so much. And I did join the
Sister-
academy too. I'll be in the academy on Sunday.
Thank you. I received everything you said. I take it in. I'm a very good listener. I took it in. I got you. So whatever the cases
Okay,
are, the
thank you,
hangups
thank you.
are, what I'm going to do is I'm going to link up with the brother and we'll make sure you get what's needed to become a part of the congregation, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that. And shalom to you.
Shalom, and I'll see you in the academy this weekend, and thanks for your support, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been hidden for a long time right up under our noses, right? When it comes to these woman pastors and these so-called lock-ins on New Year's Day, right? There was this pastor that was known in the mid-2000s by the name of Juanita Bynum. Her and her husband, and she was like a pastor, right? She was known amongst the black circles, right? And then it comes out in 2012. See what's being hid in our community, and this is why they're able to attach the letter people to us, is that there's an inordinate number of women in our community who are dealing on both sides publicly, right? Within the churches and on outside the churches. It's really in our communities, it's a thing where there's a high number of lesbian activity, right? So we more so focus on the male homosexuality thing, and what flies under the radar is that the woman thing is really out there when it comes to that activity within high levels of Christian churches. And I don't even have to say alleged here, because News 1 in 2012, look at this. Look what they got here. The Advil Pain Equity Project. They're pushing this. And this is really, folks, when they talk about equity and all that, it's women operating together against men, black men in particular. That's what equity is. Juanita Bynum confesses to affairs with women. I remember when this happened. Her and her husband getting on TV, speaking all these different perverted type of things that was going on, relationships in the bed and all these others. And she was a woman pastor with this nonsense and talking about locking people in at night. And really, there was affairs with women that was going on with Juanita Bynum. Okay, the Christian church has been done for so long, right? And now women aren't hiding it anymore. They just like, listen, we just taking over. We're not playing the shadows anymore. This is what's going on. Look at this. Here's the woman who's behind Color Purple and all these things. Ava DuVernay tackles race issues through a new lens. Folks, this is the new face of the black community right here. This is the new family. It's over. It's finished. All right? It's over. It won't be too long before the jackboots come in and dust the whole zone up. They've been looking to promote this for this is a new black family right here for you. But I digress. And who's financing equity and inclusion? Who's funding this? And why isn't this being allowed for any other people outside of us being promoted as the new family? All right, Jacob has a
Muted.
question. Okay, hold on.
Unmuted.
Jacob has a question. Yes, Jacob.
Yeah, shalom, Elder. My question was, I know you usually call the Christian church, I was just wondering, and I wanted to make a suggestion. Why don't you call it the pagan Christian church or the Christian pagan church? And we would instantly understand why you call it that in relation to Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, etc.
The reason why I call it the Christian church is because the Bible states that we must speak in words easy to be understood, okay?
Okay.
Easy to be not to be a barbarian to some. And the reality is when we say the Christian church, no one out there who's listening to this, right, would believe it's talking about the original church that Christ established before the enemy came in to destroy it. So when you're casting a wide net, you have to speak what's easy to be understood by the population who's listening. You know it's the pagan Christian church. I realize it's a pagan Christian church, but the majority of the world doesn't know.
Okay, so you're being circumspect when you teach.
Oh yeah, I have to be a teacher. I'm a fisherman. Right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome. All right, bless you.
All right, shalom.
Shalom. Oh yeah, yeah. And we knew this for a long time. Right? That they were seeking to circumvent the male figure within the black Christian church. We knew this for a long time. How do we know this? Because when the FBI and others came together in the 60s and 70s, they said, we must stop the rise of a black Messiah. We could never allow what happened right up under our noses with a religious movement led by a black man. And it happened grassroots within the Black Baptist Church with Martin Luther King. Right? They say, no, we can't allow this again. We can't allow this. Okay, because they can now galvanize the base of the whole United States if they have what? A great orator as a black man over a pulpit. He can galvanize all the churches into one political fist that can actually slow or even stop our economy. So we knew they were thinking about doing this for a long time. What we didn't think is that you would have some people say, well, you know what? We'll take that position, right, against the black male dominated optics within our own community. The last thing we thought is that women would want to take that position. But I seen it happen. I seen it happen around the late 80s, mid 90s, around the late 80s, mid 90s, where I was on the street speaking. And we seen this thing where they were talking about woman pastors out of nowhere. And guess what, folks? It wasn't because there was a lack of black men who were qualified. These women were pushing to become pastors. I remember that. So you can't claim, well, there was a void of black men to why you decided to become pastors. It was an end around way of doing what? Circumventing the authority which threatened the political landscape with a black man galvanizing the world politically from a pulpit. That can never happen with a woman pastor. It can never happen. So what they did strategically was put these women in place so that they can hold off men from having a position of power. And it was the enemy, Satan himself, who was behind this. And I'm glad that color purple thing bombed too. Okay? That misandry, that straight lie, claiming that there was abusive black men when we were suffering in slavery with our women. I'm glad that thing bombed. Even though, you know, I really like Fantasia. She's standing up against all lies when she knows she's an Israelite too. So I'm not trying to get in the way of her urn. Right? But all in all, I hate the color purple. because I know that it's a propagandized piece utilized to program sisters in believing that Mr. was actually in a position to abuse our women. Let me tell you, the white masters weren't allowing that. They would never allow that. They've always protected our women because our women brought forth the children for servitude. And this is what's deep. And this Steven Spielberg, another evil guy who's behind this with Oprah Winfrey with The Color Purple. Okay? I can't write a movie highlighting the past of Jewish people and their family dynamic. So how can he be in position to produce something concerning our families? That should be questioned, because Mr. in The Color Purple, folks, believe it or not, when you look at historically, is really the white slave master. Let me drop this on y'all real quick. Mr. is really the white slave master. See, they didn't tell y'all that. And what they did with The Color Purple was take Mr., who was the white slave master, and turned him black to paint a narrative that never existed. And this is what they used to do it. There was never a time where black men were abusing women like that. Men weren't able to. Now, were they outliers? Were they scenarios that happened sometime for whatever instances? Yes. But that's not exclusive to black men. They use but during that time period that they're talking about with Sealy and all these other things, folks, the black man and the black woman was together. We were the most married of all races within the United States. And that was including the Asian and Arabs who were coming over here. We were the most married. 80% was the rate of marriage because black man and black woman had to stay together. That was our saving grace, to stand together. And they used that stinking movie, The Color Purple, to paint black men against black women. And it was really, believe it or not, when you look at doing the research on it, it was actually made as propaganda so that they can throw more of our women in the pool to choose other women. Right? How can they get access to some of our beautiful women? Well, demonize the black man, and now all races, even white women and others, have a greater pool to choose from amongst the poor black women in our community. Samantha has a comment. Yes. Yes, Samantha.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, they need to burn that script, The Color Purple. What an evil, wicked movie. Yes, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well yourself.
Great. Yes, thank you. I'm doing great. So I'm calling, listening to the broadcast. So before I was led to GOCC by the Most High, I was a member of a pretty large denomination within, the Christian church. And
what was it?
It was the United Methodist Church.
The United Methodist Church. Okay, I'm familiar with that. And how long were you a member of the United Methodist Church?
I had been a member of my church or that church since I was 10.
Okay.
10 years old. And are you familiar or did you know that during the most recent pandemic, that church had a major split. Went through a major split.
Okay, you mean during the pandemic when that first thing happened, it went through a split. What was the split? What happened? For what?
The split was regarding the letter people and whether or not they could be married within the church, and
interesting,
also be ordained as ministers.
So I take it that the Methodist Church sided with the LGBTQ, and that's why the majority started walking out?
That's correct. I think there was about, the latest article I read about, there was about 7,000 churches to leave the denomination because of the their ideas against the letter people being in those positions and or being married within the church.
No, you can see LGBTQ if that's what happened. Then we can.
Okay, well, yes, that is what happened.
Okay, there was a split between the church when it came on grounds concerning LGBTQ. Now, let me tell you this, sister, before I look this up, because that's interesting. There have never been a time where the church rejected gay people or people with the new letter thing, the letter LGBTQ, if you want to call it that. The only stance the church had is if you're struggling with that, if the Bible deem it sin, that you work on repenting to be, in preparation for Christ, to make sure that you're cleansed of any darkness. And if that sin is darkness, then you must put it down to be received by Christ. So this is not no outright rejection of a person who's in sin. What the churches are saying is we are to receive these people as they are, right, unrepented. And I believe that's the conflict. The church always receive people, regardless of what your choices are in the earth. But when it comes to you outright disobeying the laws of God, that's where the conflict comes in. Are you saying that you're supposed to be like this with no
repentance,
with no works towards repenting, right? So then it's like accepting them who they are and celebrating celebrating this in the church, I guess, led to the conflict, right?
That's correct. So there is what is called the Book of Discipline within the United Methodist Church, and in that book, it did talk about LGBT or homosexuality being a sin, and that it goes against what they consider Christian practices. That's the word I believe they used. But those who are quote unquote allies felt like that literature should be revised because of the, inequality that is going on throughout the, earth or world, United States right now, that it should be revised. And that's what brought about the big split.
Okay, well, if you're gonna come talk about inequality, let's leave sexual preferences off the table, right? Let's leave even if you want to, let's leave straight relationships off the table. And let's leave let's leave it all. Anything sexual, leave it off the table. Be it straight or gay, okay? Leave it off the table. If we're going to talk about being equitable, let's look at the people who have suffered by the hands of this country. Okay.
Yes.
Put the sex to the side because that really conflates and confuses things, right? What people have suffered by the hands of this colonization. Okay? And let's be equitable towards them. Let's stop this stuff already, right? But here it is, what you're talking about. And I'm just doing that. I'm saying this for the sake of, if we're looking at this politically. If you're looking at it politically, when you bring sex in, it totally confuses the matter altogether. And it really gets get in the way of the people who are truly suffering, regardless of their sexual preference or whatever the case is. All right?
Right.
Here it is.
Agreed.
PBS NewsHour. A quarter of the United Methodist churches in the U.S. have left during split. So this is news. This is news.
Yes.
Now, why did they split? It says here, United Methodists. This is news here. This is deep. United Methodists. Hold on. Let me read it. United Methodist rules forbid same-sex marriage rights, and the ordination of self-avowed practicing homosexuals. But progressive Methodist churches and regional governing bodies in the U.S. have increasingly been defying these rules. Right? Now, let me ask you, why do you think the pastors in the authority went along with the same-sex rights opposed to what was already instituted with given a clear definition according to the Bible of what is acceptable for marriage, right? Why do you think the main body or the church itself, the Methodist Church, went with the LGBTQ change?
I believe to support it, correct? That's your question.
Well, no, sister, it's deeper than that. If you want to know why any decisions that are being made in our community right now, our people, amongst our people, you have to follow the money.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Elder.
Yeah, so the whole thing
exactly
is
why.
You have to realize the civil rights money that our people bled for have been thrown in the pool with this equitable inclusion thing, where now, in order for these nonprofits, which are churches under 501c3s, to continue to get their kickbacks and grants and all that, they must agree with the law change, right? And what they can, and this is where they get them. They get them under, they cannot discriminate now. See, they use that word right loosely, where discrimination have moved off of them oppressing us, because just say if there's a white lesbian or a white homosexual man whose family had my people in chattel slavery, right? Where their family discriminated against me throughout the years. But now, if they change sexual persuasions, even though their family have oppressed me, they get the discrimination money.
Right.
Right?
And I'll say, Elder, I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is that's where the money is now. When they was able to deem,
but it's still not equitable.
I'm saying, but
it's
listen
not
to this.
Equitable across the.
This is what I'm saying, though. I know there's a delay here. If you can have someone claim to be a minority strictly off of their sexual preference, that inundates the pool.
Right.
Now that there's some minority money somewhere, our people don't have the fortitude and knowledge and the education to know where to get that money. But those that are in that liberal circle, they can say, here's some money black people didn't get yet. So here it is. If a gay white guy come, he can now go get a grant and get that money that's been left there that was originally there for our community. And that's what our politicians sold us into. So now the churches now, if they want that nonprofit money, must be inclusive. And if they choose to operate on true principles, regardless of the money, right? Then, they may lose a little bit, but gain the kingdom. Like what we do here, what we do as a church, we stand on what the Most High says, and whatever support we get is because we're standing on God's word. Right? But the community, in order for them to get that money, and there's a lot of money out there, millions upon millions, they're going to have to go with the status quo. All right? So United Methodist. So did you leave because of that?
Well, I left prior to that, but that was just more confirmation that the decision was correct. I was introduced to you all by a Facebook friend. And we've talked before, but introduced to your YouTube channel by a Facebook friend, and I was still going to church at the United Methodist Church, but listening to you, both. And I would ask questions to the pastor. They couldn't answer the questions, and then finally when we got shut down and we could not enter the building,
Yeah.
I knew that was the Most High saying, this is your time. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out.
And let me
I
tell
never
you
went
this.
back.
Here's the reality of the matter. And I state this all the time when this conversation comes up, right? When I grew up in Pentecostal church, it was right there on 8th and 9th and Collar Hill, between 8th and 9th Street. Now the Chinese people own that area too. Under Bishop Little, there was a guy who was over the choir, the pastor's son, and this was in the 80s. He was a gay man, right? Now, of course, sometimes, the pastor privately, because, I used to, during the week go and clean offices, and he would do things to make sure I get money and to help out, because, you had to have some chores during the summertime or whatever the case is. And he would talk about, some of the things, some violations that he didn't know that was going on, and it led to his son, end up choosing that lifestyle. And I want to talk about it here. But I'm going to tell you this. Gay people were always in the black church, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell you this. His son that was struggling with that, he always would state what his struggles were. And that he know that he have to get himself together. He always used to state it. And there's another thing, because I grew up singing in the choir, and boy, could that guy sing, right? Man, he could sing, right? And I remember him, right? And he would always protect the young boys, the young men that was in the church. Like if there was something where there was somebody who wanted, he was like, nah, you can't do that. We're not into that. And that was in and out of the church. So there was a clear line of respect. Even though he was struggling with that, he knew to protect the boys from that. Because why? He understood that something happened to him. And he used his position, even though he was struggling with that, to make sure at all times he protect the boys that was in the church. So this is not a thing where black people never hated people based on their sexual persuasion. That's something that's new founded, that they created so that they can tap in to that minority money that once belonged to us.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I mean? Now I'm gonna tell you outright. The black church, our church, took stances against certain behaviors because it was about what? It was about repentance. We weren't going to celebrate a public activity that was against Scripture.
Exactly.
But it still existed. It still existed.
Yeah.
But now it's a shame because obviously a takeover has occurred.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
A new day. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, sister. Bless you. And I'm glad you're on a winning team now. Literally.
Yes. All praises.
Are you in the academy this Sunday?
I am. This will be my 12th academy. Elder.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, sister, for all your support.
I am so thankful. My husband and I are so thankful for the elders and their teachings. It has blessed us beyond measure. So thank you. And I'll be there Sunday.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing your experiences with us, okay?
Yes, sir. Have a great night.
Have a great night. And I'm going to tell you, folks, these churches are the churches of Satan. It's outright in front right now what's going on. These are New Age churches. When you go into the New Age ideology, it's Satan coming to the forefront. Right? And what he's proclaiming himself is, hey, he has always been the God over pagan Christian churches. Right? Let's not play any games with it anymore, right? Satan is just like, listen, these churches belong to me, all right? The Most High, like it's written of in the scriptures. I'm going to read this again. The Most High is not the author of confusion. When you go in Corinthians 14 and 33, he's not the author of confusion. So if there's something going on that's confusion going on, that's Satan. And I don't care how you try to spin it or philosophize it or justify it. If it's against scripture, it's Satan. Huh? Zayakwa?
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing good. Zayakwa, did I say your name correctly?
It's Zayakwa.
Oh, okay. The floor is yours.
Well, I just wanted to say this was something that and it's crazy because I was just thinking about this earlier today, and then a lesson came on, and I was like, oh, he's talking about it.
I'm talking about what?
Sorry?
I'm talking about what?
Talking about like pastors and like the letter people like being more brought out in the church, because I had previously been under a woman pastor before I came to this church, and at first I was thinking like, well, women are emotional, they'll like lay everything out. I've noticed that also women are a lot more accepting of people's behavior, so that it would seem like they would want to bring more people in. And then it slowly morphed into this thing where it's like gay culture is becoming more, how do I want to say this? It's becoming more accepted, like even iconized even. I think that was the word I was trying to say. And like it's turning into this more trying to bring more people in and make them Christian. And it's less about them being gay and more so about them having that Christian label attached to them. Because I've noticed that a lot on social media. There are so many people who are like, oh yeah, I'm this identity or I'm that and I'm Christian. Or I've even seen pastors, women pastors online wearing like these rainbow, what are those called? Like, you know how the pastors will wear like the drape over their shoulders? It's like usually like purple. I've seen like.
Are you talking about a shawl? Like, you're talking about a rainbow shawl around them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
And that really just made me think. I was thinking like, well, why has this become such like an accepted thing? Because before it wasn't really even accepted. People walked on eggshells around it, like around people being gay in the church. Because we even had a member of like our old church who was like on the choir, and everybody was kind of like, is he like little sweet, little sugar in his tank, like my mom likes to say. But it just made me wonder, when did church become less about getting right with the Most High and more about accepting people in regardless, like you know how they say, come as you are, and being it more about acceptance and living how you want to live instead of trying to live how the Most High wants you and having a chance to reach the kingdom. I don't know if that made any sense.
It's just, it does make sense. But it comes down to this, right? In the book Morals and Dogma, right? There was a 33-degree Mason by the name of Albert Pike. He so happened to be Jewish, right? And he wrote a letter to I think his name to Manzino, and he proclaimed that the earth must go through 2 world wars, World War I, World War II, which would actually lead to the Jewish people gaining Palestine. This was the 1800s. Okay, I'm just summarizing this, right? And this was in 1871, I have on the screen here, where they had a plan after 2 world wars. They would send the world into chaos. They would begin to promote communism and atheism within Russia. And they would begin to promote that ideology within media as well as schools, right? Now, what their plan was, when you read it, because I've read this, and don't forget he was a 33-degree Mason. So what happens is, if you have one family who institute one level of the plan, only for when that person dies, for the next people in the right to pick up from where that last politician left off, to make sure it's achieved. What's achieved? It tell you this, and this is from the Oxford Academic. Like I said, I have my sources. He was a Jewish 33-degree Mason. And it says that this chapter evaluates Albert Pike's morals and dogma of the ancient accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry. 1871, which it has begun one of the most famous and notorious books about Masonry ever published. Not at least because it references to Lucifer and the Baphomet, right? So really what he's saying is there's a mystery school by the elite, led by Esau now, the Vatican and others, that eventually they could no longer hide this, but they need to break down society to the point of unbelief first. They must break the strength of the Christian church, because Christ is really their only resistance. And once they do that, they'll be able to do what? They'll be able to bring Lucifer from out of the shadows to be accepted by the world. And this is why, folks, they've actually told us through their productions and all that when it happened, right? When they had the movie Lucifer. Now they got movies where they're celebrating Satan. That's right. Loki is Satan. That you go to the supermarket and you see what? Lucifer products. They're telling you that everything that this Satanist said would happen is in play. Their only play was to circumvent and take over the church altogether through the Baphomet. And when you look at the Baphomet, it's Satan with horns, with women breasts, and a male body. Transgenderism. That's in of itself, when you break it down, the secret ideology from the mystery school to when showing you that the church that once resisted Satan has now embraced him. So, sister, that's where we are.
Yes, sir.
Right?
And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because, especially when, and earlier you were talking about like indoctrination in schools.
Yeah.
And I noticed that a lot when I was in school. I don't notice it so much more now that I'm in college, but definitely when I was in high school, it was starting to become a thing, not so much in the classrooms, but more so about what people were learning about outside of school and bringing it into their peers and bringing it into classroom conversations. And I had seen somebody in the chat said it's because Jesus loves everyone. And that also made me think about how people have those like coexist stickers like on the backs of their cars.
But where did that lie come from that Christ loves everyone? That's not in the Bible.
I think it was something that Christ said that was misconstrued. The judge not others, lest ye also be judged.
Okay, yeah, but the whole thing is, it's not a person's position to judge people. That's what will happen when Christ, in the final judgment, judge the world, judge those who have obeyed or disobeyed. He will be the judgment to cast you into hell. So judgment isn't, what they're trying to conflate is judgment with correction. You can correct someone, that's not judging someone. So that's them misinterpreting the Bible. Okay. Judge, when it says judge not lest ye be judged, you have to realize, sister, that they were actually killing people for certain sins. Right? They was ready to stone the woman.
Okay.
And Christ is like, well, listen, a lot of you are as guilty as this woman is. Right? So you're going to stone her when you were probably with her a few days ago? So is she the only one that should be stoned here? Right? So don't forget, when Christ had them take down and them stones and put down their stones, being hypocrites, what did Christ tell the woman who was caught in fornication? Go away and sin no more. Stop it. Now, when Christ told her to stop it, was Christ judging her or saving her?
No.
So it's time for us to correct some of these lies they've placed on Christ. Christ have never allowed sin to fester. Okay? He never allowed people just to be unrepentant and love them anyway. I don't know where that doctrine comes from. That never existed. Okay? Christ told that woman outright, sin no more. And the reason why a lot of them drop the rock when he says, ye without sin cast the first stone, because that wasn't the first guy she was in sin with. You had people there who was actually a part of the same sin with the same sister, trying to throw stones. So here it is. Christ was like, listen, unless you want me to drop the whole 9 on everybody up in here, I think that y'all need to drop these stones. Okay? So that's why they dropped the rocks, because Christ was saying, listen, if you're going to judge her, let's not stop at her. But what did Christ tell that sister? Christ told her, okay, I stood for you on this one. Sin no more. So Christ didn't give anyone the autonomy to just continually to sin and be and actually be excused for it. And it's a shame they use Christ like that, because this is why the world is in sin today. When it says that judge not lest ye be judged, how can you put a judgment on a person when you're guilty of the same thing? But what you are allowed to do is correct a person before the judge judges. You rather deal with the correction.
Okay.
Allowing someone to continue in sin isn't helping them. And that's the lie they're pushing in the Christian church. Well, he's a Christ of love. He's a God of love. He don't love sinners. That's a lie. Now, did he die for sin? Yes. To cleanse us so that what? So that we'll be right before the judgment. But now that Christ's blood hath cleansed us, right? You're now to walk upright with that opportunity in grace to show that you've learned from your mistakes. And that's what it's about. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, brother.
All right. They kill me with that. And guess what? You see people at gay pride.
Muted.
I'm going to tell you, they be at gay pride. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to bring you in 1 second, Jamil.
Unmuted.
They be at gay pride parades. No shirt on and a leather strap crossed over their body, and that's all they got on, with a sign, Christ is love, Jesus is love. They're totally butchering that scripture. Jamil, you're live.
Hey, how you doing, Elder?
I'm blessed by the best. What's going on? And his name is Ahia.
All right. I'm 29. I'm kind of off topic right now from where you are, but I've really been needing to talk to you, or at least just speak to you, because I've been watching you for a while, since I was like 19 years old. And I'm 29 now, and I've always studied with you guys, but never got in contact to get into the church or go through the academy and things like that. But I really want to thank you for everything, because you've been like a mentor to me for years. You not knowing, but me just watching and just looking at all of the information you put out. And I'm talking about, I wrote a lot of the studies that you put down, and it's really like just opened my eyes up about everything.
Fantastic, brother. That's good. I'm glad the Most High have used the work to impact your life.
Listen, excuse me. Yes, definitely. But the main thing I really wanted to ask was and it's like I told him, was a question, the comment. Mentally, I see a lot of people around my age not knowing which way to go, myself included. And I've noticed it with a lot of my friends and my peers and people I've been around. So I've separated myself. But mentally, there's something out here that has, how can I explain it, has caused me to lose all of the zeal that I once had when I was studying with you. And I know, of course, we battling with the principalities of high places.
Oh, brother, you're going to have to get to it, brother, because, hey, we're burning the midnight hour oil right now. Talk to me. What are you saying?
I lost myself in the process of just trying to live once I stepped out the way. And I just want to know, what could you tell me? Because I went through a period of, just depression, just all type of things negative that came to me. And I just wonder, what do you think are the main things that I need to do? Of course, I need to get better with the Most High. But this battle has just been a crazy battle for me.
Okay, good question. What city and state do you live in?
I'm in Columbia, South Carolina.
Okay, we have a church there?
I'm not sure. I don't know. From what I know, no.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give you a number to someone in South Carolina, because at the end of the day, brother, you can't forsake the assembling. There's no one out there who can actually do this walk alone. Okay, it's impossible.
Understood.
It's impossible. So you need a mission within the work itself, right?
Understood. I feel that, yeah.
Yeah, and by doing the work, that gives you a purpose within it, right? So you have to be able to build on the seed that was planted, right? And in order to build on that seed that's planted, you need works. You need to keep that seed, nourished. You need purpose. You need study. You need an initiative. So no one can do this alone, brother. So that's why you fell back into whatever you were dealing with, because, you have the fire to learn the word, but you didn't have an opportunity to utilize it, right? So I'm going to I'm going to help you with that. Hold on. Are you in the academy?
No. Only studies I've done was everything that was on YouTube, and I'm talking about 3 hour videos. I just sat through those. I mean, really, my financial situation went down because of all of this. That I know I haven't been able to pay for it, so I'm building my way back up right now.
All right, don't worry about it, brother. We're going to call you on the outside of this and see what we can take some steps to help you with it. Okay.
Respected.
My brother. Well, it's good. It's good you're back. And hey. Hey, man, I've been knocked down before too. So, hey, when the Holy Spirit can overtake a man to a degree where you can start right where you left off at and still be utilized just as powerful. So don't worry about that.
It was like, I spent so much time studying and separating myself from all of the entities, negative entities that I went around.
Yeah.
Just living in the neighborhood environment. And I separated myself and just understanding who we are, what we've been through, and always still value that. But
well, yeah.
Within the time,
when you get a
I'm
chance,
listening.
because I got to go, but just read the story of Christ spoke of in the parable, the prodigal son. And that's what it is.
Prodigal son.
Yep, it's in the scriptures. Just look it up. You'll see that, hey, when you come back, the angels celebrate. So you lost a little time on your side, but to the heavens, it was just like 2 seconds ago. Just come back and do what's right.
Understood.
All right?
Understood.
So I'm going to have a bishop contact you, and I'll see you soon.
Blessings. Thank you.
All right, because I will be in the Carolinas very soon, so I'll talk to you about that later. Last call for this evening. Koala has a comment.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sister.
Thank
How
you
are
for
you?
taking my call.
You're welcome.
How
All
are you
praises.
today? How are you this evening?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya. I'm getting ready for this academy this Sunday.
All praises. So am I.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Elder, of course. No, thank you. Thank you and all of the elders and the leadership of GOCC. I truly appreciate you all. I'm calling with a comment.
Yep.
My comment is about the Gentiles that
Okay.
are finally admitting that they know that we are the people, that we are the children of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to the conversation that you had with the gentleman that's from Lebanon.
Yep.
And I had a similar conversation. It was so ironic listening to you talk about that conversation and how it paralleled with a conversation that I had with a patient that's also from Lebanon.
Okay.
And so this was back in December of 2021. And during that time, we were doing telehealth. So she wished me a Merry Christmas. And I responded to her and I told her that I really appreciated the sentiment. However, I do not celebrate the holidays, but I observe the holy days in the Bible. So that piqued her curiosity. And she asked me, where was I born and what religion did I practice? And so I told her I was born in the British West Indies, but I'm an Israelite by blood and by heritage.
Okay.
And at that moment, I'm telling you, Elder, it was like when sunshine calls in and she has that enthusiasm and that excitement. That's how that patient became. She was jumping around in her seat and she was shouting, and I didn't understand what was going on. She said, "You don't understand how long I've been wanting to meet an Israelite." I said, "Well, you meet us whenever you talk to someone who is a so-called African American." I said, "You're talking to an Israelite." And she said, "No, I'm talking about one that really knows who they are
Mm.
and one that follows the laws and the holy days." And so she was really shocked about that. But what she said was, she said, "I am so glad that you all are finally waking up. The world needs you to wake up and take your rightful place." And she started talking about how she's watching how the world is just falling apart. And we need to stand up and take our rightful place.
Mm.
And to hear that coming from a Gentile, from someone that's from Lebanon, and so many of our people are still not getting this. When we talk to them and we tell them, we share this truth with our own people, and we're still not willing to accept the fact that we are the people. What do you think about that, Elder? What do you think is happening? Why for our people it's still so difficult?
Sister, this is what it is, right? first of all, let's answer the first part. That this is prophecy now, right? Like when you go to the book of Jeremiah,
Okay.
right? When you go into the book of Jeremiah here, and thank you for sharing that personal experience with us, right?
You're welcome.
Because I've had many of these all over the world, right? What's going on in America or in the Western world in particular to why our people cannot receive it? I'm going to answer that in a moment, but prophetically, what's going on is this. Jeremiah 16:19 reads, O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. Right? So this is Bible prophecy where out of nowhere, the Gentiles are going to come before us and say, you know what? We realize we've been lied to. We always knew there was something special about you people, but couldn't quantify it because it wasn't allowed to be taught. It wasn't, the world would embrace it if it was taught, but it's the enemy who has power over what? Over the airwaves. Okay. Over the influences of education. Okay. Over the communication scenarios. But the people have always known that there's something different about us. Now, the reason why so many sisters of our people cannot embrace it right now, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. Our people are under a spell. The Bible tells us in the book of Revelation about that this place has become habitation of devils. There's high level dark craft that's really focused on our people. Believe it or not. And that's why it talks about, even in Esdras, that while we're idle, we'll be eating things sacrificed to idols. A lot of the stores we eat from, a lot of the places that's in our communities, these are top druid families, sorcerer families who sacrifice to their gods and cast stuff into their products and all that to keep us in bonds. That's number one. Number two, we have witches over churches. These women who are pastors in our churches aren't just women pastors. These are witches. Okay? And then you have from the political structure, you have Satanists operating on the political side. Because you have to realize if they keep us destroyed, there's a pool of people they can utilize as servants, sex slaves, and everything else. So it's not until an individual come out of the control they have over us willingly and humble themselves before the Almighty, because there's too many elements working against them. They have to make a concerted effort to say, you know what? Nothing works. I'm stepping out of all of it. And what? I'm taking myself, I'm going to bow myself before the throne of the Almighty, humble, with my head on the ground, and ask the Most High to deliver me from this cesspool of evil. And it takes an individual. Now, as long as we embrace it or excuse it, we stay under the curse. You're under the curse. As long as you excuse it, as long as you try to make excuses for it, you're under the curse. When you break away altogether and say, you know what, enough is enough, that's when the Most High open your eyes and give you everything you've been waiting to understand. But as long as you're still walking up into one of those churches, you're under the spell. As long as you are as long as you're putting your money into the same people who sacrificing the devils and not towards your own freedom, you're under the spell. Because where your treasures are, your heart is also. Okay.
Wow. The water for that thorough explanation.
Yeah.
I mean, And the word tells us that in these days, the Gentiles are going to cleave to us.
Yeah.
And she made that comment. She said, forget this doctor-patient relationship. She said, I just want to be your friend.
Hey, sister, listen to this. While I was overseas, and I made this example all the time, I know people, this is why they don't want us to understand our full power. I know people who didn't even graduate school in the United States and went overseas into other countries and have become principals of schools in other countries. Right? Let me tell you, I know people, and let me tell you, how the world see us is a phenomenon, because most would not have experienced what we went through and survived through it. And this is why they like to keep us caged in, to not realize our full potential on the outside of Babylon. If we could, let me tell you, what we achieve through chattel slavery to still succeed threatens the whole world, because not any other people went through this. Not even those in Africa were able to go through what we've gone through, persevered, and still succeed. So this is why they have to keep us down, because wherever we go, we have what? We have the fortitude to adapt and to succeed above anyone else, because no one have experienced what we've gone through. We were born to succeed, so they must keep us down. So the whole thing is, sister, is that I more so don't focus on the people. Well, I think about them and pray for them, but I don't really focus on those who choose not to see. I celebrate those who see, because it's through that small remnant we take this kingdom, and we're taking it one brick at a time through this truth. Let me tell you, there's no people like the children of Israel, and they know it.
All praises.
And guess what? And you know what? I don't blame the enemy for doing what he does, because if he didn't put in scenarios to try to stop us, his empire would be over tomorrow. Right?
I had a very similar conversation with a doctor that's Jewish.
Yeah.
And he admitted the same thing.
Yeah, they have to put in.
I was talking to him, and I said, you cannot deny who the people are, the true people are, when you read Deuteronomy 28.
Sister,
and he agreed with me. He said, but everybody doesn't know that.
I mean, think about this.
That was his response.
Sister, let me think about this. Who created basketball? Just guess.
We did.
Who?
No, was it us?
I'm asking you, who do you think created the game of basketball?
I think we did.
You think we did, huh? No. Believe it or not, sister, basketball was created by Jewish people. It was a Jewish game amongst their people first. Did you know that?
Okay. I did not.
Why don't you know that?
Well,
you know why you don't know that?
I really don't.
Because, sister,
basketball.
no, sister, because once we get in, it's over.
Okay.
Once we put our hand to something, it's over. It's finished. Hey, sister, you see some of the maneuvers.
We took it over.
Sister, listen, there's no disrespect to them, because I'm glad they created it. It gave us a lane to be able to help ourselves financially, right? But sister, you see how some of these airplanes do maneuvers and all that you see with the airplane shows and all that? Do you know a lot of those maneuvers were done by the Tuskegee Airmen, with planes that weren't made to do some of those flips and all that stuff you see? And guess what? And we didn't go through the training they went through. But once we got a plane, man, we was making a plane dance. They couldn't believe it. It's who we are.
Praise the Most High.
Sister,
we are truly the salt of the earth.
Sister, listen. The only time they the only reason they're Top Gun is because Tom Cruise was in the movie. All those, let me tell you, all those maneuvers and all that came. They don't know how we do it.
Tuskegee Airmen.
Let me tell you something, sister. This is why they must hold us back. I don't blame them, but listen, we here to spiritually war against them. I don't blame them because they're trying to keep their empire. But all in all, we have to spiritually fight against them. And guess what, sister? We're going to win. It's already written.
We've won.
Yeah, it's already written.
We've already won.
When Christ went, let me tell you, sister, when Christ went and shed his blood up there, the game was finished. It's whether or not we're willing to sacrifice our lives to the end to see what he see already. Right? So here it is. Here it is.
The water for that.
I at the bar. Bless you, sister.
You have a blessed night, elders.
You too.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. The water.
Let me tell y'all something, folks. Let me drop this on you. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you how it is. Right? Let me hang up real quick from the line. Elvis Presley. What is he the king of? He was the king of absolutely nothing. He was sitting in the audience looking at Jackie Wilson. Okay. They went and dressed him like Jackie Wilson. And he's doing his thing with his hip, but he couldn't split. He tried the best he could. He could sing a little bit. But he told everybody, Elvis, that he was sitting front stage, Jackie Wilson. And his handlers was saying, you need to study this guy. And take this over to the white audience. This was before crossover. There was always, guess what? In this earth, there's only one Sam Cooke. And there'll never be another. All right? Even Fred Astaire would tell you. All right? There was nothing like Sammy Davis Jr. Nothing like it. They've never seen it. And this is not to knock their talent. They're talented too. But it's something goes on. Let me tell you, something happens when you allow Israel to operate before the world. Okay? And there have been great acts all over the world. Again, say what you want. There'll never be another Whitney Houston. And when did they begin to come down on her? When she went and baptized herself, her and Bobby Brown, look at it online, in the River Jordan, and proclaimed that she was an Israelite. There's been conspiracies against us. And brothers and sisters, the handlers have always played us close. They did the same thing to Christ. Played him close. We can go on and on and on and on, but you know, right now, and I'm digressing, and I'm going into my old, I don't even want to mention Michael Jackson. Right? Y'all know the old adage, the old thing, coming to America. You got McDonald's and McDowell's, right? Well, even before McDonald's and McDowell's, you had the Jacksons, and then the Osmonds. Woo! With that, it's good to be alive. It's good to know the truth. And boy, I'm chopping at the bit for this academy. And I know Shapat has some news for this Sunday that we all must know and hear. I'm curious to understand what news will be divulged this coming Sunday. So be a part of the Hebrew Bible Academy. Thank you, elders, all those who have worked towards this work, all those that back us up within administration, elders, deacons, brothers, sisters, bishops, everywhere. Elder Yarack, Elder Dell, thank you for assisting me with this the chat here. And nobody, I guess they didn't pop in on Zoom, huh? Well, with that, we're going to say shalom. Thank you, Elder Lawyer, for all you do. And right now,
yes, sir.
We have a good night. Have a good night, sir. Bless you.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. And keep in mind that the Most High is calling back Israel. Okay? Let's go.
The Arabs and Africans told us
at gunpoint,
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, Ahai's gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Ahai's gathering Israel. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel.